Okay. So, as we talked about last week, this case is going to be live streamed. And so what that means for everyone here, all the jurors, your backs are actually against the wall or facing the wall, your backs are. The camera is up high, so the only faces that will be seen are those that are in the front of the courtroom, okay? More importantly, that once this trial starts, as we've talked about before, there can be no communication between the jury and any of the lawyers that you see before you up here. You can only have conversations such as in writing, or you can actually have conversations with the bailiff. But if you need to contact the court, that has to be in writing. We'll make sure and provide notes for you. Also, as we said on last week, typically we try to get started by 9, but sometimes the court has to take care of things outside the presence of the jury, and plus I have other things on my docket. So that's kind of what happened this morning. That's why we did not start promptly at 9. We will, of course, take our morning break. We will also have a break for lunch. We will come back, and then we will have an afternoon break. And then, of course, depending on where the testimony is, we will then decide what time we will leave for the day. Now, if you're uncomfortable, if you're sleepy, if you're thirsty, or anything needs to happen, raise your hand. One of the bailiffs will make sure and address it. And if we have to take a break, we will do such. But we don't know unless you tell us. I try to make sure that I'm looking at the jurors just in case somebody needs attention, and I will address it with the bailiffs. Now, I'm going to ask all of you to stand up. All right. I will ask the state, have you had an opportunity to view the jury panel?
Yes, Judge.
And do you have any objections to the jury panel?
No objection.
All right. And Mr. Seymour?
I have no objection, Judge.
All right, thank you. Lawyers, y'all can be seated. All of y'all keep standing. I said lawyers, trick question, see? So, if each of you will please raise your right hand for me. Do each of you so solemnly swear or affirm that in the state of Texas versus Rodney Dorsey, you will a true verdict render according to the law and the evidence? So help you God.
Yes.
I need to hear from everybody.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Y'all can be seated. All right. So, I want to introduce to you all the parties that will be involved that you may be seeing intermittently. I've introduced you to already Mr. Matthew Seymour, who represents the citizen accused.
Good morning.
We have Mr. Rodney Dorsey, who is the citizen accused at the end of the table. And then we have Mr. Harry Ingram, who will be assisting.
Good morning.
All right, so the two lawyers are Mr. Ingram and Mr. Seymour. Then for the state of Texas, we have lead counsel, Mr. Dimitri Ananiastis.
Good morning.
We have Ms. Laquita Long.
Good morning.
We also have Mr. Robert Withers,
Morning.
and we have Ms. Lauren Black.
Good morning.
All right, so now that we have all of those things out of the way, I have to get a few things on the record to make sure. Yes, so at this time, will the state arraign the
Yes,
defendant,
Judge.
please?
Would you like us to stand?
Yes, please.
Indictment F21-00157. In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas, the grand jury of Dallas County, state of Texas, duly organized at the January term AD 2021 of the Criminal District Court Number 4 for said county, upon its oath, do present in and to said court at said term, that Rodney Dorsey, hereinafter called defendant, on or about and between the 6th day of February 2017 and the 19th day of December 2019, in the county of Dallas, state of Texas, did then and there, on more than one occasion and pursuant to the same scheme or course of conduct that was directed specifically at another person, namely Nicole Knox, hereinafter called the complainant, knowingly engage in conduct, namely the defendant, with the intent to harass, annoy, alarm, abuse, torment, or embarrass the complainant, sent repeated electronic communications in a manner reasonably likely to harass, annoy, alarm, abuse, torment, embarrass, and offend the complainant. And the defendant, with the intent to harass, annoy, alarm, abuse, torment, or embarrass the complainant, initiated communication in the course of the communication, made a comment, request, suggestion, or proposal that was obscene. And this conduct was conduct that constituted an offense under section 4207, and the defendant knew or reasonably should have known that complainant would regard as threatening bodily injury or death for the complainant and cause the complainant to be placed in fear of bodily injury or death and to feel harassed, annoyed, alarmed, abused, tormented, embarrassed, or offended, and would cause a reasonable person to fear bodily injury or death for himself or herself and feel harassed, annoyed, alarmed, abused, tormented, embarrassed, or offended against the peace and dignity of the state, signed by the foreman of the grand jury.
Thank you. And to that charge, Mr. Seymour, how does your client plead?
Mr. Dorsey would plead not guilty, Your Honor.
And furthermore, Mr. Seymour, is your client competent to stand trial?
Yes, Your Honor. Based on the professional reports I've received, I believe Mr. Dorsey has no mental health issue or other issue that would impact his ability to proceed to trial today.
Thank you. You may be seated. All right, so at this time, the state of Texas, you may do your opening statement.
Thank you, Judge, for the pleas of court. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You belong to me. I'm going to get you pregnant. Let me tell you something. Don't you fucking get pregnant. Listen to me. Wait for me. I'll be home soon. Hey baby, what's up? I'll tell you what the fuck is up. You showing you don't love me. What you should be doing is getting me the fuck out of here so you can breastfeed. What you're gonna hear is that is just a preview of the last 7 years of Nicole Knox's life. Those communications you're going to hear were initiated by Rodney Dorsey. Rodney Dorsey was a client of Nicole Knox back in 2014. You're going to hear that she represented him for an aggravated assault deadly weapon. And in 2015, the case was resolved by a plea of guilty. You're going to hear Nicole Knox tell you what those last 7 years have been like. The relentless, unsolicited, alarming, threatening actions, communications sent directly to Nicole Knox. She's going to tell you that the last 7 years she's been fearful. Fear of bodily injury. Fear of violent sexual threats. She's going to tell you why. She's going to tell you why, and she's going to walk you through each and every communication, threat, alarming statement sent to her from Rodney Dorsey. She's going to tell you that once Mr. Dorsey's case was finished in 2015, about a week later, she began to receive text messages. She played it off. She'll tell you she responded and quickly shot down the advances, the unwanted advances by Mr. Dorsey. Time and time again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Stop. I'm going to call the police. This is your last warning. She didn't call the police. She gave the benefit, hopefully it'll go away, and it stopped for a brief period. Because in 2017, Nicole Knox began receiving letters written, you're going to hear from the Texas Department of Corrections, sent to her by Rodney Dorsey. Not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, not 6, not 7, not 8, not 9, not 10, not 11, and not 12. You heard a preview of the content. The threat of sexual violence. I'm going to get you pregnant. You belong to me. This is not a two-way conversation, communication. This is Rodney Dorsey making his own rules. And you're going to hear Rodney Dorsey. The rules that we live by do not apply to him. Nicole Knox will tell you, I was hoping those would go away. he would just forget about me. She didn't tell you about the state of fear she lived in while receiving those letters, that she kept them. In case it didn't stop. In case it continued. And unfortunately for her, it continued. It continued because as she monitors Rodney Dorsey, because she's afraid of him acting out the threats she is sending, and she knows he's capable of, based on her previous attorney-client relationship. She knows, and she'll tell you what can happen, what she's fearful of and why. Well, she starts receiving text messages from an unknown number. And most of us, for Nicole Knox, she had a feeling in her stomach. Because it was similar, she would tell you, to the previous communications. Is Rodney Dorsey back? She'll tell you the panic, the fear, what she did in response to those feelings. She'll tell you being held prisoner for the previous years, waiting for Rodney Dorsey. She'll tell you it's always in the back of my mind. Doesn't go away. Every day, thinking about it. Is he going to show up? Will he message me? Will he act out those threats of sexual violence? So what she does is she coordinates with an associate, and she'll tell you she called that number, that new number. And guess who it was? Rodney Dorsey answers the phone. She already knew, she'll tell you, that was Rodney Dorsey based upon the vast amounts of unsolicited communications, vulgar, offensive. Right, she knew. She confirmed it. Then she'll tell you why she finally called the police. She couldn't take it anymore. He's out. She'll tell you in December 17th of 2017, when I first received that message from this 682 number, that we confirmed was from Rodney Dorsey when he answered the phone, and you will hear that. 2 days later, she calls the police. She'll tell you about those last few text messages Rodney Dorsey sent to her. The gun emoji, which to her is a direct threat. Because Rodney Dorsey has his own rules. And he knows Nicole Knox does not want to follow his rules. Nicole Knox lives by a rule of look over your shoulder. Lives by a rule of fear, survival. She will tell you Rodney Dorsey shattered her sense of protection, her sense of security. And on December 19th, she called the police, and Rodney Dorsey was arrested on December 20th. You're going to hear about that. And you think Nicole Knox could relax. But no. Relentless. She will tell you for the next 2 years, she received 106 phone calls made by Rodney Dorsey from Dallas County Jail. She will tell you additional letters were sent. Not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, 5. And you're going to hear this in the same manner, the same words. Get me the fuck out of here so I can come home and breastfeed. Obscene, vulgar, relentless. She will tell you they got to the point where Rodney Dorsey's phone calls from Dallas County Jail, Nicole Knox's number was blocked. He could not make the call he wanted. But Rodney Dorsey, you will hear, is smart. He will do whatever it takes to have what he wants to be passed along to reach her. He adapts. So you will hear how Rodney Dorsey's mother, Winnie Curlin, calls Nicole Knox for her. Leaves voicemails. And voicemails. Because one way or another, whether he's free, whether he's in Dallas County Jail, whether he's in TDC, Rodney Dorsey will not stop. And so, at the conclusion of the evidence today, we're going to ask you to find him guilty and let him know that his behavior is unacceptable, it's threatening, it's alarming, he placed her in fear of bodily injury, and her feelings of bodily injury and fear are reasonable. You will do the one thing that has not been done for the last 7 years. You will put it into this. You will find, we ask that you find Ronnie Dorsey guilty at the conclusion of this trial.
Thank you, Mr. Anastas. Mr. Seymour, who will be making the opening statement for the defense?
Judge, I'll reserve my right, if any, to make an opening statement at a later time.
Thank you. All right, at this time, the state may call their first witness.
Judge, they will call Nicole Knox.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Knox.
Good morning, Judge.
Sorry, I have to stand up, I'm a little short.
Oh, that's okay.
Will you please raise your right hand for me? Do you so solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
All right. And if you would, you can have a seat for me, Ms. Knox. I have provided a clear mask shield for you if you want to use that, or if you feel comfortable taking your mask off, just know that you're protected because you have the nice little plexiglass.
Okay, thank you. I prefer to take it off.
Okay, all right, thank you. State, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Ms. Knox.
Good morning.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name's Nicole Knox. What else do you want me to say? I'm a little shaken up right now.
How are you feeling right now?
Shaken, terrified, and ready for this day to be over.
And this day goes back to March of 2014 when this began. Is that right?
That's my recollection.
Okay. Your profession is what?
I'm a criminal defense attorney
And how long have you been doing that?
for 12 years.
And during those 12 years, could you estimate just how many cases you've been involved in?
I did a rough search the other day. It's somewhere around at least 650 cases.
And the types of cases you handle, what are they?
They've ranged from many different things, but I have represented some of the most dangerous criminals, including murderers, child molesters, aggravated assault, aggravated robbery. Of course, it's not all of them, but those are some of the most serious.
Is that difficult for you?
Usually it's not. I mean, I was fortunate to have a very good teacher, a criminal defense attorney who I worked for 3 years, who, at the very beginning of my career, and he taught me that, you know, everyone's entitled to defense, and that's how I operate. And with the exception of this case, all of the people that I've ever represented have been nothing but gracious and kind and respectful.
And the forms of communication in the 650 cases that you've handled, does that include whether it's text messages, phone calls, letters, so forth?
Yes.
And anything similar to like what Mr. Dorsey has sent to you?
No, never. I've never received anything remotely offensive from any other client. It's usually strictly about the case and preparation for the case.
privately hires you in times when a court would appoint you.
Yes, well, I used to accept those cases.
Okay. Could you explain to the jury what is the difference between being privately hired or if a court assigns you the case or appoints you the case?
Sure, so in times where I'm privately retained, it's a client comes to you, pays you a legal fee, and then you represent them. In times where you're court appointed, then you're essentially a contracted worker for the government, for the state. And the court assigns you a case, and then you represent them, and then, and you get paid on a contracted basis.
Does your type of representation and the pride in your work differ?
No, I treat all my clients with the same zealous advocacy, no matter if I'm privately retained or court appointed.
And generally, once a case is concluded, whether it's a plea or a dismissal or probation, what happens to the professional relationship that previously would have existed between yourself and your clients?
Once the case is disposed of, no matter if it's a federal case, a state case, a privately appointed, a privately retained case, or a court-appointed case, the representation is completely over once the case is disposed of, whether it's through a plea or a trial.
And are there times when you might receive an email or a text message or a phone call from a previous client, and I guess you do respond in a way to answer their questions?
In cases other than this one, yes, but those communications would be something related to, can you contact one of my family members to let them know where I am? Or, recommendations for an appellate counsel if needed. It would be those types of things.
But you do not continue to provide someone legal advice unless you're either appointed again or you're retained.
Right, and there's only been one instance where I continued representation and appealed the case for the client, but I generally don't do appellate work or post-conviction work. But in that one case, then we entered a new agreement for the appellate representation.
That's not the typical occurrence when you represent someone and their case is concluded.
No, your representation immediately terminates as soon as the case is resolved.
And you make that clear to your clients that once this case is resolved, we no longer have a need to communicate.
Yes, in federal court, you have to file a motion to withdraw from the case, and so that's very clear. In cases where they're asking me to continue to represent them, then I'll send them a termination letter, just so it's clear, or some other form of communication, but I don't ever remember it, other than this case, being an issue. It's clear, I tell my clients the second the case is disposed of, and I generally don't have to follow up in writing.
And the phrase this case, who or what are you referring to?
I'm referring to Rodney Dorsey, and I'm referring to the unusual communication and nature of this case.
And would you characterize the beginning of the communication as unusual, and then maybe it escalates?
Yes, it started out with inappropriate language, text messages. I don't recall I don't have in front of me the original text messages, but then it escalated, and I repeatedly told him to stop communicating with me.
I'm gonna ask you to do something that it's probably gonna be a little difficult, but do you see Rodney Dorsey in the courtroom?
Yes, I do.
Do you identify him by an article of clothing?
He's wearing what appears to be a black blazer and a white collared shirt. The blazer has a gold button on it, and he's sitting closest at the counsel table, but closest to the judge.
And if I had to number the seats, seat number 1 being the seat closest to the jury, 1, 2, 3, which seat would Mr. Dorsey be in?
3.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant in open court.
The record will so reflect.
What's that like? How does that feel with everything that you've gone and lived through the last 7 years, identifying the person who's responsible in court?
It's really hard to look at him. That's the reason I'm looking at you and the jury, because it scares me to even look at him.
And you know, we're in COVID times, new times. Is this the typical setup of a courtroom that you're familiar with?
No, COVID protocols have changed the way the justice system operates. And in fact, I have my family here supporting me, and they really wanted to be in the courtroom here today because I'm not the only one who has to live with this. My family has to live with this. My community has to live with this. And they wanted to be in the courtroom, but they could not be because of the COVID protocols.
You fought pretty hard to try to get her here, didn't you?
Yeah, we did, and it's unfortunate, but I respect the court's ruling.
This goes to show how much you need that support with the last 7 years taking a toll.
Yes, I've relied on probably hundreds of people, from my investigator, my father, of course my mother, all of my family, friends, neighbors. I've had to alert everyone in my neighborhood, my entire office. I'll have to alert my children's school. It literally affects a huge amount of people.
You're enough personal witness?
You may.
Want to show me what's been marked as State Exhibit number 53. It is something you have previously reviewed, but I would like for you to identify that, or if you can identify that for me.
This is the appointment that I received to represent Rodney Dorsey for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon.
And the date of the appointment would be,
March 28th of 2014.
you're not, this I have to say what I would offer is Exhibit 53 for all purposes.
I have no objections, Judge.
And that's number 53?
Yes, Judge.
All right. State's exhibit number 53 will be admitted.
Thank you. Permission to publish?
You may publish.
So looking at State Exhibit number 53, typically, in the cases you're appointed, at the 650, just not a very important sheet of paper, would you agree?
Yeah, I mean, generally, it's just, the purpose is the appointment so that you know who the defendant is that you're representing and the type of case that it is.
Does this feel a little bit different seeing when Rodney Dorsey was inserted into your life?
Of course it does, and that it's been going on for 7 years.
So your representation, you've been appointed to represent Mr. Dorsey back on March 28th of 2014.
Correct.
What types of communication, if any, without going into content, but what manner of communication did you have?
I had many. I visited him in jail approximately 6 times. I visited him on what we call the jail chain, which is just a holding block right next to the courtroom to discuss his case around that many times as well. I sent him letters. His mother called me incessantly. And I believe that's the only types of communication I would have had.
Do you happen to recall his mother's name?
His mother's name is Winnie Curlin.
issues from your time when you represented Mr. Dorsey in the communication?
I mean, I recall him, there being times where he was quicker to anger than usual. But there, at that time, there was nothing extremely alarming to me about him.
I mean, representing people charged with drug cases, violent cases, I mean, they're different personalities, different characters, and sometimes you might have a communication where you don't all agree. Is that fair to say?
Sometimes I might have a communication of what?
Of some form of a disagreement with the client.
Yes.
Sure. However, in comparison to the escalation, anything similar to that ever besides Mr. Dorsey?
You mean during or after the case ended?
After.
Oh, no, never.
Now, your representation in the case of Rodney Dorsey for the aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, did that conclude with a plea of guilty on March 18th, 2015?
Yes.
Okay. Generally, you talked to the jury and told them, you know, what typically happens when a case is resolved, and the types of communication, if any, that occur. In this case, after March 18th, 2015, what did Mr. Dorsey do?
He started text messaging me.
Can you recall the time frame or the period between when Mr. Dorsey, his case was concluded, and when you began receiving text messages?
I don't remember the exact date, I know it was pretty quickly, within a matter of weeks, I want to say.
And how would Rodney Dorsey have a phone number to contact you?
It's common for me to give my clients my cell phone number, just because it's easy. You know, sometimes I'm in the middle of a court hearing and they have an urgent issue and they can text me, and so that way I know I can take a break to handle it if needed. Or in this case, I probably just wrote it on my business card just in case he needed anything in the future, or it's pretty standard for me to do that.
Any idea that providing that cell phone number to Rodney Dorsey would lead to sexual propositions, other statements regarding his love for you, other inappropriate comments?
No, I absolutely would have never given him my cell phone number if I suspected or had any sign that he would behave in that manner.
Because that was the normal thing for you to do. Once a client case was concluded, you provided them with their contact number, because you know what? They might need you again, right?
Yes, and I still do that today. I probably need to figure out a better system, such as forwarding my office phone and my phone number, and I certainly will do that. But it's just completely normal for me.
So you still give your cell phone number. However, do you still take appointment cases?
No, I no longer take court-appointed cases, for the mere fact of when you get a court-appointed case, you take the case and then you talk to the client. So I don't take them anymore because I want to vet my client to make sure that they're not the type of person that Rodney Dorsey is, so that I can protect myself. I also no longer take violent cases, and typically the only cases I take now are in federal court for white-collar crime, because those are the defendants who typically will never become violent.
So we just told the jury that soon after Rodney Dorsey's case is concluded, you began receiving these text messages, and that's about March, April of 2015.
I want to say it's towards the end of March, but yeah, yes.
And we're gonna go through those, but to give a general timeline, did you let Mr. Dorsey know how you felt about his manner of communication?
Yes, repeated times. I told him to stop calling me. I told him to stop confusing me with his booty call. I told him that our representation has terminated, that there was no reason for him to contact me anymore, and I threatened to call the cops on him.
Did you threaten to call the police more than one time?
I'm sorry?
Did you threaten to call the police more than one time?
Yes, I know it's more than one, 2 or 3.
Why didn't you call the police?
Quite honestly, to be a criminal defense lawyer, you kind of have to inherently believe in the best in people, that there's good in everyone. And I was just hoping that it would end.
That it would just go away?
Yes.
Did the communication, the unsolicited communication from Rodney Dorsey stop?
It did. There was a gap in time where it changed from text messages to letters.
And those letters, where were those letters from Rodney Dorsey sent from?
Prison.
Can you recall how many letters from prison in 2017?
So my recollection is that we have 17. However, I know there's some additional letters that I threw away just because of the toxic nature of receiving these letters and the effect that it would put on me. It would be distracting. I would feel scared. I felt threatened, and I just kind of wanted it out of my presence.
So while these letters, where were they being sent to?
They were being sent, addressed to me at my law office.
And what was that address?
3131 McKinney, Dallas, Texas, 75204.
And is that in Dallas County,
Yes,
state of Texas?
yes.
The nature and in general, if you could describe the type of communication in the letters in 2017.
It's hard to describe them generally because they're so awful. Very, very vulgar sexual language, threats to rape me, threats to kill me. That's the general nature of them.
And you got those for a period, we'll say roughly a little bit under a year. And at some point, did they stop?
Yes, they stopped, and then it changed back to text messages.
Okay. Once you received a text message, you didn't have that number saved as Rodney Dorsey like the previous text messages we talked about, right?
Right, he had just gotten out of prison, and I know that because once he was sending me these letters, I started getting afraid of when he would be released from prison because of his threats. So I would check the prison website regularly to know when he would get out, because I was afraid that he might do something very violent and harmful to me. So when he gets out, he starts sending me the first couple were, it was like of a family, I think, and maybe an engagement ring. But it was from a different phone number, so I wasn't certain it was him to begin with.
And were you able to confirm your worst fears that Rodney Dorsey was back?
Yes, a lawyer in my office called him and confirmed his phone number.
You had previously not called police up to this point.
I had not called the police before that point.
You're telling us generally the nature of these threatening, these violent violence, vulgar, obscene, yet you keep these letters, but you don't call the police.
I keep the letters because at some point, I would receive like 2 or 3 letters in my mailbox at one time. And it occurred to me at that point that I needed to start saving these letters because of the frequency of them, of the threatening nature of them. And I didn't call the police until I had to because he was already in prison. So there's not much the police can do at that time because he's already detained.
And from when you received a first message from the 682 number that you confirmed was from Rodney Dorsey on December 17th, you called the police on December 19th, is that right?
Yes.
Do you know the date Mr. Dorsey was arrested?
I believe it was the 20th, December 20th.
Did you feel like you could breathe for a bit, knowing that this might stop? He's going to jail. He's being arrested for talking.
I felt relieved when he was arrested, but the period of time from December 18th, I think it was December 18th, until December 20th, while we were waiting for him to be arrested, it was the most horrifying hours of my life, and that's my fear. I don't want to live like that. I don't want to be scared for my children. Sorry. I don't want my father showed up to essentially act as my bodyguard throughout that time. Between my husband, my investigator, and my father, no one would let me go anywhere except if they were with me, and if I was at home, then one of them would be at my home. My investigator spent his time surveillancing Rodney Dorsey to keep eyes on him so that we could make sure that we knew where he was in order to arrest him.
So not only yourself was placed in fear, but the others around you were fearful for what might be done to you.
Yes, of course.
Did these vulgar, offensive, threatening communications stop on December 20th of 2017?
No.
Received lots of jail calls?
Yes, I believe it's over 100, and then I received letters and I received calls from his mother.
Hearing none, first witness.
You may.
Hold on, showing you what's been marked as 15 through 51. Sorry, 15 through 52. Do you recognize these, and have you reviewed these prior to you testifying this morning?
Yes, these are all the letters that I received from Rodney Dorsey while he was in prison.
Prison in Dallas County Jail.
Yes, prison and the Dallas County Jail.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 2 through 14 and 39 through 42.
I'm sorry, Mr. Nelson, I can't hear you.
We
Okay.
can hear you.
Sorry about that. I'm going to show you what's been marked and identified as Exhibit 2 through 14, as well as 39 through 42. You previously reviewed these, but prior to court this morning, but you could identify these for the record.
Yes, so 2 through 14 are the text messages that I received from the time that he in March, from March of 23rd of 15 to April 19th of 15. And states 39 through 42 are the text messages I received from him once he got out of prison, but before he was arrested for this, from December 17 of 17 to December 20 of 17.
And State Exhibit 2 through 14 and 39 through 42 are screenshots of your actual phone, which captures the messages, communications by the defendant to you.
Yes, they're screenshots that I took.
And just to be clear, in regards to State Exhibit 15 through 52, inside of the odd numbers, so 15, 17, 19, 21, 23, 25, 27, 29, 31, 33, 35, 37, 43, 45, 47, 49, and 51 are the actual letters you
Okay.
received.
Are they the envelopes but inside the letter?
Correct, so the envelope is State Exhibit 15. The letter, State Exhibit
Okay.
16.
Yes.
And Paul, I'm showing you what's been marked as State Exhibit number 1. Have you reviewed the contents of this exhibit?
Yes, I have reviewed all of this.
And is this a copy of the contents of State Exhibit 15 through 52, State Exhibit 2 through 14, and State Exhibit 39 through 42, just in the binder and all particular?
Yes, it's a compilation.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would like to offer, for all purposes, State Exhibit 15 through 52, State Exhibit 2 through 14, State Exhibit 39 through 42, as well as State Exhibit number 1. And I would like to also provide to the jury their own copy of State Exhibit number 1 so they can follow along and not have to hand the exhibits to each other.
So just for the record, let me make sure I'm clear. So I have State Exhibits 2 through 14, which are the text messages that started back in March prior to the defendant being sent to prison, or was he in prison at that time? 2 through 14, those text messages.
Just 2 through 14 will have a time frame from March 23rd, 2015,
Okay.
and ending April 19th, 2015.
April 19th, 2015, okay? And then we have State's Exhibits 39 through 42, which are the text messages from 12/17/17 to 12/20/19 or 12/20/17.
12/20/17.
Okay? And then we have the corresponding envelopes, which are going to be the odd numbers, correct?
Yes, Judge.
And then we have State's Exhibit number 1, which is a compilation folder, I guess, of all of the communications that Mrs. Knox has received.
Correct.
All right. So, does the defense have an objection to any of the exhibits that the state has proffered?
Judge, I will confirm that I've received in advance each of these documents in my discovery packet from the state. Further, the state this morning provided me with a copy of State's Exhibit 1, which is of course the culmination of each of those, along with any of the demonstrative exhibits, and I therefore have no objections.
Thank you. So State's Exhibits 1 through 52, or is it 1 through 42? I heard you say 2.
52, Judge.
52. So State's Exhibits 1 through 1 and 2 through 52 will be admitted. Thank you. And
And
you
my
may
co-counsel
distribute,
as
you
well.
may publish.
Thank you.
Judge, could I ask the court to instruct the jurors to stay on the exhibit as they're introduced? In other words, not to preview the entire packet before we get to it.
Ask that again,
She's providing them all the exhibits right now, and I would ask them to stay on each exhibit as it's being discussed and not to
Okay.
flip
I see
through all
what
of
you
them.
mean. So, as we stated before, jurors, this is a guide to help you. So this is not a magazine. It is not time to flip through and jump through. We are asking if you would please take your direction from either the state as they're displaying different evidence on the big screen, or take your direction from the defense attorney as he may direct you to certain pages. But in no way do we want you to flip through as if you were reading a magazine. Does that make sense, Mr. Seymour?
Yes, ma'am, thank you very much.
Now, does everyone have a copy? If you do not have a copy, raise your hand. Seeing no hands, thank you. You may continue, Mr. Anastas.
Thank you, Judge. Okay, Ms. Knox, we're gonna go back now, to 2015, a little bit more specific. You told the jury that, your representation with Rodney Dorsey concluded on March 18th, 2015. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so looking at, state exhibit number 2, what is this?
This is the first communication that I had with Rodney Dorsey after my representation, after the case was over.
And that first text message, could you read that aloud to the jury?
Yes, it's on March 23rd of 15. I'm at the bridge, hope to see you soon, Rodney.
So the person identifies himself as Rodney. Is that the reason why you saved the number as Rodney Dorsey, or what, from your interaction or communication, were you able to say these are from Rodney Dorsey, my previous client?
Yes, we would have never communicated via text message before. So I would, it's standard for really anyone who calls me that the second that they initially communicate with me, for me to save the number so I know who's calling me in the future.
On March 23rd, 2015 at 6:29, Rodney Dorsey sends a text, "Are you there?" What do you respond?
At my office, question mark.
Why the question mark?
Because I have no idea what he's talking about, and later we'll see that, so when I have court-appointed clients, I often, because they come into jail with their street clothes on, I have like a wardrobe of suits and blazers and slacks so that they can look presentable in court, and I donate those to my clients so that they can wear them in court. So you have to exchange the property, and that's, we'll learn later, it doesn't get me ahead of myself, but I thought that that would be the only reason why he would need to meet me in my office, is to get his street clothes back.
So some of his property clothes, right?
Right, would be like shoes and jeans and a shirt probably.
Were there any, I guess, lingering issues or legal issues that you had discussed with him to put in his mind a reason to further contact you?
No,
No lawsuits?
no,
No papers needing to be signed?
no,
Just clothes?
right.
Okay. So in response to your question, Rodney Dorsey says, "I have to be at the bridge tomorrow to my caseworker. I need to see you too." Looking back now, the sentence, statement, "I need to see you too," this is kind of the first time you can look back and say, you know what, that's where it started, that's where it turned.
I agree, that's the start of anything offensive, and I'm sure that's why I responded, "I'm busy tomorrow," so that, to try to shut it down.
However, on March 24, 2015 at 8:29, Rodney Dorsey says, "Good morning, my sweet muffin." What were you thinking, what were you feeling when you received this text message from a previous client?
I truly, in that moment, thought it was a misdial, like he was confusing me with someone. because I don't know why he would call me that.
And very good reason why you responded with, try again. This is Nicole Knox.
Right,
Very, very polite.
yes.
And if you flip to page, or State Exhibit 3, the following page, if you're looking through State Exhibit number 1. In State Exhibit number 3, on the top of that, it goes back to what we already saw in State Exhibit 2, the good morning, my sweet muffin, and your response. Try again. Nicole Knox.
Right, yeah, it's just a continuation, because when I took the screenshots, I wanted to make sure that we had the reference, so that we didn't miss anything.
When in your phone, everyone's different. Do you delete all messages? Do you let them pile up to where you're out of memory, you have to go back and, you know what, I don't talk to this person anymore? What do you typically do?
I hardly ever, the only time I delete a message is if it's like a spam message.
Okay. In response to your correcting Ronnie Dorsey, he says, I'm sorry, it won't happen again.
And so I take, and then I respond by giving him my office address, saying no worries, because I'm taking this to mean it truly was him trying to contact someone else. And so I give him my address, my office hours, and then I ask him to give me notice before he arrives, because I'm starting to get suspicious of him.
And you told us already that the reason for any communication to exist, to occur, is because of these clothes, this property. And you actually make reference to it in this text message, right? Your clothes are at my office.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, I forgot that part, yes.
No, it's okay. And prior to that, his response, I'm sorry, to you, is that an acknowledgement that you don't want this comment about being called a sweet muffin? You take offense to that, don't do it. Is that how you feel when he says, I'm sorry, it won't happen again?
Well, I take it to mean two things. I take it to mean either he meant to do it and it won't happen again, that he understands that that was offensive to me, or that he truly, what I wanted to believe is that it was truly a mistake, that he meant to text somebody else, and that it won't happen again, that he won't confuse me with his sweet muffin.
However, an hour and a half later, or less, the response is, thank you, my love.
Right.
What are you starting to feel now in regards to the communications to you from Mr. Dorsey?
Well, clearly these are now intentional, and they're intentionally made to alarm me, annoy me, harass me, and I can't remember when, I just decided not to respond, hoping that he would just, if you don't give it attention, that it will go away.
And you do that, right? You don't respond to the thank you, my love message, right?
Correct.
Okay. 2 days later, you get a text message on March 26, 2015 at 9:01 a.m. and it says, are you there? And if we look now to State Exhibit number 4, which is the next page in the binder of State Exhibit 1. You respond, I will be in 15 minutes. How did you know, or did you know what he was talking about?
What I took it to mean is because in my last text, I tell him that if he wants to come get his clothes, here's my office address, here are my hours, give me a heads up before you want to come. So I took it to mean that he wanted to come to my office to get his clothes. And even though he had sent me, thank you, my love, before that, I was thinking, if I just give him his clothes, then there's no reason to contact me. This will just all go away.
And that's a feeling you had, I guess, throughout the last 7 years. It would just go away over time, right?
Right. And I mean, it's a lot to think about it every time it happens.
Mr. Dorsey responds, I'm at the bridge, I see my caseworker, things are okay. Then he says, I'll call you later after work, we can talk, then it's urgent. Anything beyond the close that Mr. Dorsey would have a reason to send you these messages?
I still have no idea what he's talking about there.
On March 27, 2015 at 11:28, he says, I can't call out or receive theme or them. And then on March 27, 2015 at 12:30, he says, could I see you? Today we have to talk. And it's kind of cut off, but that last message on the bottom of State Exhibit 4 is, I'm at Frank Crowley to see my probation officer.
It's also on the top of page 5.
And so if we move now to State Exhibit number 5, what do you tell Ronnie Dorsey in response to the escalating communications to you?
I say, we do not have to talk. My representation has concluded that I will make any reasonable effort to answer your question. As stated numerous times, you are welcome to come to my office Monday through Friday, 9 to 6, to get your belongings.
Intentionally trying to keep it professional in your communication?
Yes, and to stop sending me these crazy messages.
Because, I mean, talking to a friend, you talk to differently than the way you're responding to Ronnie Dorsey, right?
Yes, I'm trying to take a professional but assertive tone with him.
And you make it very, very clear, my representation has concluded.
Yes, he should have known that anyways, but I felt at that point he needed to know that and that there's no question about it because he seems to think that he needs to keep contacting me.
And he responds back on March 27th in 2015 at 2:54. I'm done seeing my probation officer. I'm not trying to push myself on you. What did that mean to you? And we're on the bottom of State Exhibit 5.
I don't know really, but I think that he's trying to say that he's gonna come, he might wanna come see me.
Okay.
I don't know.
And looking at State Exhibit number 6, the next page in State Exhibit number 1, on March 29, 2015 at 2:03, you receive a message from Ronnie Dorsey that says, hey baby. What's your response?
WTF, question mark.
What the fuck?
Yes,
And why do you respond in that way?
because clearly, and this is not professional of me to say that, and I've never said that to a client before, but at this point, I've tried everything reasonable, and I want him to get the message that this is clearly not acceptable, and that he's been warned, and why would you continue to do this?
And although you communicate in a professional manner to Ronnie Dorsey in response to his unwanted, unsolicited, inappropriate messages, he's not a client of yours at this time, right?
Right.
So your response of what the fuck, some point,
Right now, it's me and communicating with him, who's no longer my client.
and his response to that is, know that we're on other mind. Where are you? So in essence, he's saying, we're on each other's mind, and he's feeling, or telling you that.
He'll object to the state reading into the message more than is what present on the text.
What is your legal objection?
The counsel's testifying.
I'll rephrase it.
Thank you.
Nicole, what did that message mean to you?
It means that he thinks that I'm on his mind and that he's on my mind and that he wants to come see me.
I mean, at this point now, we're on March 29th, these text messages started on March 24th, and you have multiple times said, try again, this is Nicole Knox. You have said, we do not have to talk, my representation has concluded. And in response to a message, hey baby, you said, what the fuck? And his response to all those stop signs you're putting out there for him is that.
you're on my mind. And I believe that you believe the same thing.
And so on March 29th, 2015 at 4:46, so in that same back and forth, what do you tell Rodney Dorsey?
I say, this is Nicole Knox. Please stop confusing me with your booty calls.
And in response to that, Mr. Dorsey says, when you come by over to my mom's, you don't have to sit in the parking lot, baby. God shows signs, visions. I see what you see. Did you think of me when you got laid? What was that like? How did you feel when that was sent to you?
Alarmed. This has clearly gotten beyond out of control. Scared. There's no reason for me to be at his mom's. There was no communication about me ever going to his mother's house. That he's seen visions of me and that he's referring to sexual references. It becomes extremely alarming at this point.
And this is the first time now where we have a sexual reference, innuendo. Is that right?
Yes, an explicit sexual reference.
And we're gonna flip to State Exhibit number 7, where we can see your response to, did you think of me when you got laid? What did you tell them?
Say, I'm going to call the cops if you don't stop contacting me with offensive language. Try it if you don't think I'm serious.
Did you call the police?
No, I didn't. Not at that time.
Are you just hoping this would go away?
I was hoping it would go away, and I was also hoping that that warning would make it go away.
And Mr. Dorsey responds, baby, I'm sorry. I don't want no problems, please. Did you think he acknowledged your stop sign that you're putting up, warning him if he continued, you're gonna call the police?
No, because he starts it with baby, and he apologizes for his behavior, which shows me that he recognized that it was offensive and wrong.
And you responded with what?
I'm not your baby. I was your lawyer. This is your final warning.
If we look at City Exhibit number 8, following page, where we see that same message you just read aloud, and on March 31st, 2015 at 11:42, Rodney Dorsey responds, please no cops. I'm not trying to confuse Nicole. You have done a lot for me. I thank you for that. I'm trying to find a job, complete my probation, and stay clean with your support. Your response to that is
Nothing.
nothing. And that's because, as you said before, your plan here is let it go away, or maybe it will go away.
Well, and he says, please no cops. I'm not trying to, he acknowledges his behavior, but he also suggests that he's trying to get his life together. And I'm hoping that he does, and then he doesn't sit around and text me all day long.
So later on that day, on March 31st, 2015, the defendant says, I miss you more and more. It hurts when you're not there. What's it like having a cell phone in the manner of work, or just our personal lives? It's pretty important, right? We're always checking it.
Right.
And you have these types of messages, unsolicited, unwanted, coming again and again and again.
It's not only distracting, but it's emotional every single time that I get one. And at this point, I'm not really sure what to do with him.
You starting to feel harassed,
I felt harassed before this text message.
annoyed,
Annoyed,
tormented.
offended. Yes.
So you give them the benefit of the doubt, and hopefully it will go away. And then later on that day, on March 31st, of 2015 at 4:27, the defendant says, "Are you there? Is there any way I could see you when you're not busy?" And if we turn to State Exhibit number 9, that first message on the top is what we just read aloud. It then moves to April 1st, 2015. And at 7:58, the defendant says, "These police undercovers give me cases that aren't true. But the signs and vision is more than good. God has gave to me. This world is. Hold, I ask my why me, Nicole, there's no answer. But you know what the big part in this is not knowing what to trust. Please stop confusing you. My mother told you. I said that they've been on me." Can you make sense of any of those messages?
Not really.
Is that- Sorry.
No, I mean, the only thing that, I have no idea what he's talking about, but it bothers me that he says words like signs and vision and God, and then my name in there. It reminds me of one of the other text messages, or maybe it was a letter where he says something about how God gave me to him. So I have no idea what he's talking about with his mother and undercover cases.
Did you previously communicate with his mother, Winnie Curlin, during the time you, without going into the content, during the time you represented Ronnie Dorsey?
Yes, I talked to her several times. In fact, I had to ask her to stop calling me because it would not be, she had all the, I would update her regularly, and then she would keep calling me, and even though there was nothing to report. And I did visit her house once, but that was like a day or two before we went to trial, when I did represent him, and it was in order to interview her and his sister to get information about the case.
But after this case resolved with a plea of guilty on March 18, 2015, you hadn't gone over to Ronnie Dorsey's mother's house, or Ronnie Dorsey's home, and you hadn't communicated or reached out to his mother, Winnie Curlin, right?
Yeah.
We look to State Exhibit number 10. Mr. Dorsey says, "But you know what the big part in this is not knowing what to trust. Please stop confusing you. My mother told you. I said that they've been on me." And that's actually the previous two messages from State Exhibit 9. However, it continues, "I see the things you have done for me. I love you for that. These people don't want to have a life. 7 years I've been going through this. When is it going to stop?" Seeing that number 7 years, pretty ironic that it's been 7 years since you first came into contact with Mr. Dorsey, right?
In hindsight, yes.
And he's asking, when is it going to stop?
That's how I feel.
Mr. Dorsey continues, just for thee, my people told me that Jesse was around, I saw him. So if I was at the bridge like you want me to be, I would have not have seen him." And then moving to State Exhibit 11, we see April 5th, 2015 as the next message. So you don't respond at all to any of those previous messages, is that right?
That's correct.
And on April 5th, 2015, the messages continue with at 12:35, "A woman of devotion is what you are." You choose to hope that it goes away. On April 8th, 2015, at 4:22, Ronnie Dorsey says, "Life teaches, love reveals, time heals." Do you respond to that?
No.
And 5 days later, on April 13, 2015 at 5:21, Ronnie Dorsey says, "Are you there?" And you say, "Yes, I will be for 30 more minutes." Why or what made you choose to respond to this message?
I mean, what I was thinking is, because of offensive and alarming and obsessive language in the previous text messages, they would distract me daily. And so I tried to ignore them, hoping that it would go away. I respond this time because I am still wanting him to come get his clothes so that all of this will end.
So you say, I will be there for 30 more minutes. And on April 13, 2015, so a little bit after that response, the defendant says, I'm at church, talk to you later, just for the record, I miss you.
Yes. And just to kind of fill in that gap, he never came to my office, not once.
Never came to get the clothes after sending all these messages.
Right.
On April 16, 2015 at 4:43, Vernon Dorsey says, are you there? I need to see you if it's okay. I need to see you if it's okay. So could you meet me at the Frank Crowley building or my mom's? And again, I know I've asked this question over and over and over again, but you choose not to respond.
Correct.
And the reason is why?
I just really want it to go away, and now, and we'll see, because I was getting prepared to call the police at this point.
You've given him the benefit, you've waited, right?
Yes.
And on April 17, 2015 at 11:17, Ronnie Dorsey says, so talk to me. How long have you been married? Can't you see? I see what you see. You look better without the wigs. I find myself liking you. I love you. I love what you have done for me. I have owned my shoulders. What did you feel when you received this message, or these messages?
I mean, confused, really. I don't know how he knew that I was married, other than I probably had a wedding ring on while I was representing him. I've never worn a wig, and I love what you have done for me. I have no idea. I find myself liking you, certainly bothers me. But the rest of it seems, I don't know, it bothers me, but I wasn't at the time really what to make of it.
Are you scared?
Of course. It sounds like he's having visions of me, and especially since he talks about the wigs and that I find myself liking you.
So at this point, you're kind of aware of, he's having visions of me. He's expressed wanting to have a sexual relationship. He's expressed his love for you. That, coupled with the fact that you just represented him on a violent offense.
Right.
What does that do to your level of fear, your level of anxiety, your level of being alarmed by those communications?
Yeah, so if I had not represented him on an extremely violent crime, then I wouldn't know his capability or propensity for violence. But knowing that he's capable of that only heightened my threats and anxieties and fears.
So on the bottom of State Exhibit number 12, you say, don't make me call the cops. And if we look to State Exhibit 13, we see the first two messages are what we just previously talked about on State Exhibit 12. And the defendant responds to your statement of don't make me call the cops with, I'm trying to get my life right, I need you and your support, we can talk, please no cops. And you leave it at that, you don't respond, right?
Right.
And later on that day, the defendant says on April 17th at 1:25, you told me that you worked hard on my case, could you please help me now? I love you. I think, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but getting up to this point, did you have an idea of what the defendant felt for you?
Yes, I believe he said, I love you, or maybe he couched it in different terms of, I love what you've done for me, but at this point, he says very clearly, I love you.
How'd that feel getting that message from Ronnie Dorsey?
Awful. I mean, it's clear now that, I mean, it just has continued to escalate and escalate and escalate.
These repeated communications,
Right.
and later that day at 2:28, defendant says, "Don't you know that you're the love of my life? Yes, I do think about you, and you're always on my mind. I can't help, ... And if we turn to State Exhibit 14, you don't respond to that. Do you call the police?
No.
On April 18, 2015 at 10:25, the message is, "Good morning, my love." And on April 19th at 2:15 at 2015, at 9:56 p.m., the defendant says, "Good night." And again, you don't respond and you don't call the police.
Right.
Right.
Mr. Anagnostis, I believe the screen went to sleep.
Okay,
It's
Judge.
not displaying. I don't know if that was your actual intent or.
Yes. Sorry. Well, we went from a date of March 28, 2015 to April 19th of 2015. And how would you characterize the escalation of the messages, the continuous flow of these messages?
Well, when it was a pattern of, it started off as, good morning, my sweet muffin, and then it ends with, I love you, good morning, my love, and obviously there are others in between. But it clearly goes from something mildly offensive, like sweet muffin, to, after I've warned him and warned him and warned him to stop talking to me this way, it ends with, I love you, repeatedly. And so it definitely escalates, which only makes my emotions and the threatening nature of it and offensive nature of it threatening, or only escalates those feelings.
Are you holding all this in yourself, or is there anyone that you let know of what Ronnie Dorsey was putting you through during this time that we're talking about right here?
I probably would have confided in lawyers that I work with, and I probably sought their advice on how to handle him. But that would be the most likely. I definitely would have told someone about it, and during that time frame, it would have most likely been my colleagues.
Did the text messages stop?
Yes.
Did the communications by Ronnie Dorsey to you stop?
No. Then he started writing me letters.
Am I first witness?
Yes, you may.
Ms. Knox, we admitted State Exhibit 15 through 38, as well as 43 through 52. And you told us these are the letters sent to you from Ronnie Dorsey. Could you open up State Exhibit 15, which is the envelope, and read aloud the letter inside, which is marked as State Exhibit 16?
Before you begin, can we approach for a second?
Tell me when you're ready, Crystal. Do you want me to turn on the microphone on?
I don't believe
It's
Crystal
already on.
wanted to record this one.
Okay, all right.
What did he say?
All right. So it appears we have been going for a little bit over an hour right now, ladies and gentlemen. I think now will be a good time for us to take a break. So if you would please, lawyers, y'all can stay seated.
All rise.
Hold on. If I can get the jurors to sit down real quick, y'all have a seat for me. Can I get the bailiffs over here real quick? All right, lawyers, everybody, y'all can remain seated. Lawyers, you can remain seated. Thank you.
All rise.
All right, Ms. Knox, if you wanna take a break,
Sure.
You
May
can,
I go out this door?
actually, no, because that's where the jurors are.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I feel like I'm a flight attendant, you can use either of
Where
them.
would you like for me to wait?
Oh, you could just go get your little, stretch your legs, and I think the state will have somewhere for you to be, so you're secure.
Yes, we'll go back and put that door. How long did you say that?
About a 10-minute break. Yes, ma'am. No, it's on, it's been on the whole time. Hello, hello, can you hear me? Hello. 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 Hello, hello.
I think it's gonna be easier, I think it's gonna be, I think it's easier rather than never go over here, because it's just.
On my watch. I'll speed up.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back on the record, and I believe where we left off was that the state of Texas was still questioning their witness. You may proceed, Mr. Anastas.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Knox, we left off, we were talking in regards to the communications in the form of text messages sent to you between March 28, 2015 and mid-April of 2015. Those stopped, right?
Yes,
Okay. And at some point in early 2017, you told the jury that you began to receive a series of letters.
yes.
And those letters were from where?
Those were from prison, and we know that because they had his inmate number and institution on the envelope.
And you're looking at a binder that we admitted under State Exhibit number 1 and looking at State Exhibit 15. Is that where you're at?
Yes,
Okay. And looking at State Exhibit 15, in the top left corner, whose name is that?
Ronnie Dorsey.
Okay. Underneath that, a series of numbers 2104863. Is that a booklet number?
Yes, as it is, it's bookend number or inmate number.
And this letter is addressed to Nicole Knox, and the address you told to the jury previously, 3131 McKinney in Dallas, Texas. Is that
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And that's your office building?
Yes.
You want to make first witness?
You may.
I'm showing you State Exhibit. Showing you State Exhibit 54 and 55. Do you recognize State Exhibit 54?
Yes, it's a map showing where my office is located within Dallas.
And State Exhibit 55, just file the business record under affidavit. Do you recognize what State Exhibit 55 is?
Yes, it's his mugshots from prison.
You're at this time, say with offer State Exhibit 54 and 55 for all purposes.
Judge, I have no objection to 54, and number 55, I've been tendered before and discovered I have no objection.
Thank you. State exhibit numbers 54 and 55 will be entered into evidence.
Permission to publish?
You may.
All right, Ms. Knox, State Exhibit 54, the red dot, what does that represent?
My office building location.
And this location in Dallas County, Texas, is this where the letters from Ronnie Dorsey were sent to?
Yes,
State Exhibit 55, the document to the right, so page 2 of State Exhibit 55. Underneath the photograph, or the photographs of Rodney Dorsey, is there a number there?
yes, and the number is 2104863, which corresponds with the number on the envelope, which is also 2104863.
So if the jury were to look at State Exhibit 15, State Exhibit 17, State Exhibit 19, the envelope sent from Mr. Dorsey in 2017, they would all have the booking number that you just read aloud.
Yes, and his name.
State Exhibit 16.
Yes, and can I just point something else out about 15, the envelope?
Sure.
There are two, most of them are date marked by the mail service, but for whatever reason, these are not. But I narrowed down that these were sent them in early 2017 because of the location, the location of the unit where he was and his booking information.
So State Exhibit 15 is the envelope of the letter, which is State Exhibit 16.
Yes.
Could you please read State Exhibit 16 aloud and then explain your
starts out with, "Hey baby," which in those prior text messages, I already had asked him or told him not to call me baby. "How are you? I'm fine. I hope still holding you in my arms. Yes, I am thinking of you." Says none, but I think he meant non. "Stop. I miss you so much. Remember what I told you, that we are on each other's minds." So that part of the letter, to say that he's still holding me, he's never held me. To say that he's holding me in his arms suggests that you would be embracing each other out of a loving way. That I'm thinking of you nonstop means that he thinks of me nonstop, that I'm always on his mind, and that he's thinking of loving embraces. I miss you so much. And then he's telling me that I need to be on his mind, which is a little bit more of an aggressive tone.
Judge, I'll object to the witness providing testimony on Mr. Dorsey's behalf. She can read the letters, she can give her impressions of those comments in her own words, but I ask that she not place words in my client's mouth.
And what is your legal objection?
My objection is, well, it goes beyond the scope of this document right here, for one. Secondly, is it's all speculation. It's Judge, she just can't make up to evidence. Is it? She's got to stick to what's written here and her impressions only. So her first impressions matter.
And Judge, I'll rephrase the form of the question.
Thank you.
Well-
Sustained as to cause for speculation.
Okay, Ms. Knox, could you just read the entirety of the letter, and then we'll
Sure.
go back and I'll ask your feelings in regards to certain lines of it, okay?
Sure. This time, baby, this is going to be about us. I'm sorry that I didn't at least try to give it a try. I'm not going to make this mistake no more. I love you. I really do. Let me tell you something, hot pussy. Don't leave me. Don't you leave me. Look, don't bullshit me. Don't get pregnant. Wait for me. I'm coming home this time. Maybe we can work this out. It's not your wealth that I want. If I can't have you, your love, then life is just not worth living. So now that I met your mother and father, Nicole, like I told you before, hot pussy, I see what you see. That morning, that orgasm, how did it make you feel? I like a nut, smile, hashtag, now that you're on my mind. I would like to see us go out sometime. I just want to take my time. That's all your hot pussy ass is trying to get these kids out of me, is what you should want. No, what is this what you want? Let's sit down and talk, something I should have done a while back. I guess I need for you to come by and get me so that we can ... I have to leave now. P.S. You put me through all of this.
What's it like reading this letter aloud right now?
It's awful. I mean, I purposefully, I read most of the letters when they came to me, but I purposefully didn't read them again until I had to prepare for this trial. Because the vulgar language and the aggressive language of look here, look, don't bullshit me, don't get pregnant, wait for me, and then to even include my parents is to, what it feels like to me is that he's only trying to put more fear in me when he uses my parents in a letter when he clearly has never seen them.
Alarming to you?
beyond alarming.
What do you think about PS? You put me through all this.
That he's angry, and when you combine, he wants to blame me for the fact that he's in prison, and it feels like a threat when you combine it with his other threatening language. Like, don't get pregnant, and all of the other sentences that start with, I mean, look, don't do this, look, do that. And then I guess the other thing that's super alarming is that he's saying that he wants to sit down and talk to me, which is something he should have done a while back, which only suggests to me that he's angry, he's threatening, he's aggressive, he's,
It's all into the continued narrative response.
okay, I'll do my best.
So an escalation from what was already harassing to you in the electronic communications as the text messages, now you receive in early 2017 this letter, right?
Right.
Okay. And it didn't stop because they kept on coming, right?
Right.
State exhibit number 17. The name Ronnie Dorsey is the same bookend number that we read aloud, 210-4863.
Same.
Okay. And looking to the content of that envelope in state exhibit number 18, could you read aloud this letter to the jury?
Hey, baby, still hold you in my arms, that's going to be forever. Sorry that I haven't wrote you, it doesn't mean that I'm not thinking of you, because I can't stop. I can't wait to see you and hold you in these arms. That letter I sent you, baby, don't worry about it. Please, it's nothing. So just what's going on with my bath time. I'm not going to worry about it, Nicole. All you were doing is making it longer for me to come home. All this bullshit all of this bullshit, you don't love me, because if you did, you wouldn't do what you're doing. The food in this place sucks. You don't want to send me, and he writes some but scratches it out and then puts no, cash. You're talking to my mother. Look, crazy ass lady, my mother can't get us together. Just what the fuck is wrong with you? It's okay, you can have these lawsuits. Remember, one thing I don't see us being together. I need somebody that really want me all of this. Don't tell Rodney you put all this bullshit into my mother's house, tapping my cell phone, Nicole. And I'm thinking it's me that you really wanted. So you have gotten my property yet, and do you still have the ones from last time? You told me that they was in your car. I'm not going to play those games with you, Nicole. That is what you asked me that morning in court. It's okay because there's somebody out there that would like to have me in their life. Well, I have to go now. Like I said, we are going to push these lawsuits when it's said and done. We want to be together, and all you've done is ran me away. P.S. We can be friends with no sex. It's better this way. I thought that you really loved me. As a friend, can you send me some cash, $80? Go online to www.jpay.com. Give my name, number 210-4863. Says boo in, but I think it meant book in. Can you that? This relationship I do want.
So I'm going to go to a few phrases and ask you about those, okay? Just in general, though, however, does he seem to acknowledge that you don't want any form of relationship with him?
That's what he's saying.
He says, you don't love me? and we want to be together. All you have done is ran me away.
Yes. And at this point, I have not done anything, like I still have not called the police. So I don't know what he's talking about in that regard.
One specific thing, which is similar to the text messages the jury heard about, is there's a reference to property, right?
Yes.
What's your feeling as to the property in this letter that he's talking about?
It was his street clothes from jail. I thought, well, I don't think I ever exchanged it because he never came to get it. But he still had the clothes that I would have donated to him.
So the content of some aspects are similar to the text messages from 2015.
Yes.
Right. So,
And-
I'm sorry, first being mention of property, and the other one being his mother.
Right, and I had not had contact with his mother.
The statement, just what the fuck is wrong with you? What's it like getting a letter from Rodney Dorsey that says something like that to you?
Especially when you combine it with, look, crazy ass lady, it feels threatening.
Alarming?
I don't think alarming describes it well enough. I think it's more than alarming.
At this point, now you've got a couple of letters, and you told the jury your feelings of being alarmed, and even more than alarmed. What are you doing in regards to your safety?
I start checking the prison, online, the prison records to see when his projected release date is. And at this point, I start like making at least a weekly, if not bi-weekly habit of it, because sometimes the projected release date can change to earlier or later. And I wanted to make sure that I knew that he was still in prison so that he could not physically come harm me at this point.
Why don't you call the police?
Because he was in prison already. I mean, that's why I was keeping track of how long he was going to be in prison.
And my last question in regards to State Exhibit number 18, I mentioned about the second line from the bottom, going to push these lawsuits when it is said and done. Do you have any idea of what lawsuits Rodney Dorsey is referring to you in any way that would be involved in?
I have never been involved with a lawsuit with Rodney Dorsey. I've never filed a lawsuit on him or on his behalf. I have no idea where that comes from.
I'm going to flip to State Exhibit 19, and just ask for you to identify the date of State Exhibit 19.
It's February 6th of 2017.
Okay. And going to State Exhibit number 20, will you go ahead and read this one aloud?
Hey baby, thinking of you, still holding you in my arms, just so that you know we have a lot to talk about. Honey, I'm so sorry that I put us through this. I really am. This will never happen again. If you could understand how I feel behind, it says Phil, F-I-L-L, but I would expect it to mean fell behind all this. I'm hurt at the same time. If you was holding me in your arms, then I wouldn't be in this place. I'm the blame baby. Could I ask you not to give up on me? Look, let me tell you something, hot pussy. Don't you leave me. Whatever you do, don't get pregnant. You hear me? I'm ready to come home. Hot pussy, I want to touch it and explore talking about you and me. You belong to me. It's about time that we start doing family things such as raising our kids. It is about time for you to start breastfeeding me and our kids. So that orgasm you gave that morning, I was feeling that this time there will be something to go with it. just me and you. Doesn't that sound romantic? I'm going to get you pregnant when I get out of this place. This will be our start to finish. Well, baby, I have to go. Love you. Remember, wait for me.
Reading aloud the words by Rodney Dorsey, I'm going to get you pregnant when I get out of this place.
Repeatedly.
What is the feeling like inside when you read that?
I feel like when he gets out, he's going to do his best to rape me.
And furthermore, in the same letter, you belong to me. So, does that add to the level of fear of a violent sexual assault?
Yes, it makes me fear that he feels entitled to rape me when he gets out.
Whatever you do, don't get pregnant. You hear me? I'm ready to come home. Hot pussy, I want to touch it and explore talking about you and me. Saying these things, listening to them being read to you today, what's that feeling?
I mean, it feels awful. I'm surprised I'm not crying because usually that's what I do when I read these letters. The level of detail and the vulgarness combined with the threat to rape me makes me feel like he's really thought about how he's going to do this and what he's going to do in detail in order to rape me.
And that fear is real for you.
More than real.
You told the jury in regards to why you didn't call the police, because at this point, he's locked up. What's it like knowing that multiple times, wait for me? Whatever you do, wait for me. Does that tell you, or what does that tell you?
I took it to mean that the second he gets out, he's going to come find me.
Frightening.
Yes, very frightening.
Okay, we're gonna move on to State Exhibit 21. And the envelope is marked what date?
February 24th of 2017.
And if you could move along to the actual letter, which is marked as State Exhibit number 22, and read that aloud for the jury.
Hey baby, I'm writing you to let you know that I'm still holding you in my arms. Let me tell you something. Don't get pregnant. Don't. Listen to me, hot pussy. I love you, and I always will. I need for you to wait for me. This is coming when you will be holding me in your arms. I would love to see us get married and have kids. I just want to get this out of the way, baby, so that we could have all the time we need, that's all. We are together, don't you know that? Well, now you do. I see that you are still reading those text messages that I sent to you. That's good, baby, because I didn't have any of yours. That's because you wasn't sending them. It's okay. That just show me how much you really care. I love you, Nicole, but I must leave you. Goodbye. P.S. Smile, hashtag 69.
So another threat not to get pregnant?
Another threat to not get pregnant, and also I remember when he sent this letter, I really did fear that because I had started to look at the old text messages to see if maybe I forgot anything in them, because it's getting so alarming, and the language in these letters are a lot more alarming. And so I was scrolling through them to compare them, and that's when I started screenshotting them so that I don't know how he would have access to be able to know when I was looking at them, but I just screenshotted them so I wouldn't ever have to like live scroll through them.
And again, I need for you to wait for me. This is coming. So as you told us, your biggest fear is that one day he won't be behind bars, that protection will not be there for you.
Right.
So a consistent pattern so far of the letter sent to you? Theme?
Yes,
And what is that theme?
that he's going to rape me.
State Exhibit number 23. The date of that envelope is what?
April 12th of 2017.
And if we flip to the letter from inside, State Exhibit number 24, and before you start reading, you're on there, approach the witness.
You may.
Actually, I need to read from that because it's,
State Exhibit 24, you're looking
I
at.
can do it on the screen. Sorry.
State Exhibit number 24, what you're looking at is in the binder, identified as State Exhibit number 1. I'm showing you the actual letter, which you identified as State Exhibit number 24, exhibit by itself. And does it look different than the piece of paper in the binder?
Yes, it does.
What's different about it?
This is the first time that I had received a letter with a very detailed drawing on it.
May I have permission to, just hold it up in front of the jury?
Yeah, so you can use the dot cam, whichever one you want to do.
It's not, so I'm gonna hand it over to Exhibit 24 to you and ask you to read it aloud.
Hey, hot pussy, my love, come let us put forth the days of comfort, those pleasant nights of love, the greater spirit to move in the world of matter and pass as a cloud over the mountain of sorrow and the plains of joy, the life of love, happiness, and peace, a tear to purify my heart with understanding, a tear to unite me with those of broken heart. The touch of a kiss come together as two hearts come into one. For this do mean forever. I love you, Nicole. P.S. You're going to breastfeed me and my 3 kids. Look, don't you fucking get pregnant. Wait on me. Don't BS me. Wait, you hear me.
The last 3 sentences, starting with the PS, are those questions, are those actions that Ronnie Dorsey is telling you?
Their demands.
And the nature of those demands are what?
To breastfeed me and rape me, to rape me and then make me breastfeed him,
And another warning,
and to wait for him.
don't you fucking get pregnant.
Well, right, that's what I take as the threat to rape me.
You sense the intent that he has to alarm you by his specific words that he uses when he's describing these sexual acts.
Yes, and it's all threatening. The repeated demands to breastfeed him it's all disgusting, but I don't know how any grown man even thinks about doing that to a woman.
Frightening.
Yes, very.
I'm going to turn to State Exhibit number 25. which is also dated April 12th of 2017. And so the letter within that envelope is identified as State Exhibit 26. Could you read that aloud to the jury?
Hey baby, still holding you in my arms so that you know that I'm never going to let go. Listen, come my love, let us lay down our heads on soft pillows. I want the hunger of love in our spirit, the smile of laughter, joy and existence my heart is and has been given to you. We sleep longing the mornings, approach our eyes are open with a kiss. I love you so, smile, #69.
What do you feel reading that?
That he's convinced that we're gonna be together when he gets out, and then he makes the sexual reference of 69.
Is that something we've seen now multiple times, the smile 69?
Most, if I recall correctly, most of these letters are in that way.
And they also start off with the phrase, in quotes, hey baby.
Hey baby, and holding you in my arms.
And just rewinding way back to 2015, what did you tell the defendant when he referred to you as baby?
I said, I'm not your baby, or don't call me baby.
And his response was what?
I believe he immediately called me baby.
Did he also apologize too, and then do the same thing?
I believe so.
And moving now to State Exhibit number 27, which is dated May 15, 2017. And the letter contained within State Exhibit number 28. If you could read that aloud, please.
Hey baby, still holding you in my arms. Can't wait. I find myself thinking about you all the time. Not only those lawsuits as well, and as for him who sent you to me to help me, and as for here who's supposed to be my kid's mother, the both of them and others want me dead. But why do these people want my life? Now that you know, hot pussy, is that Kimberly Weber is Gordon's cousin. Let me fill you in on something I can't believe, that she drove down to this place to visit someone about me. This person that she visited is Patrick Wright. Now this whole unit know about the hit that's on my life. I need to know where she is when I get out. I mean, she has already put me in so much bullshit, $6,000 credit debt, and trying to kill me for money. And as for my sister, when I was locked up in the county, my mother had told me about some papers that came in about some property. It was for me. Some family of mine on my dad's side had deceased, and they was looking for next of kin with me being a Dorsey. I'm next, but my sister having my last name, she searched up on the Dorsey family contained information and stole that property, $100K. She does really state, simple, it would be that easy for her, it says here, but I believe it was meant to say her, to do that. You handle fraud cases, so this is next. I do not that the property is in Grand Prairie. That's all I know. Well, I have to close now. See you soon, hot pussy. P.S. Let me tell you something. You don't fucking get pregnant. Listen to me. ... I love you.
So the last words out of this page-long letter is that same warning. Don't you fucking get pregnant. Right?
Right.
Not only that, listen to me. I mean, see, just adding an exclamation point to an already threatening phrase.
Yeah, I take listen to me to add it to the demand of it, to make me feel more scared and threatened.
When someone says, listen to me, do you think, well, what if I don't?
Yes.
What if you don't listen to Rodney Dorsey telling you, controlling what you do with your life? What if you don't?
I take that to mean that if I don't listen to him and consent to get pregnant, then he will do it anyways.
Just some of the stuff here in State Exhibit 28, very specific in regards to something going on in Mr. Dorsey's family.
Yes, but I have no knowledge of any of these things.
Does it almost seem like he's got some property with his family and he wants you, maybe these papers are what he wants you to help out with because he thinks you do some type of fraud cases?
That's what I took it to mean, that he's asking for me to help him get this money from his sister.
However, in that request, there's also these very sexual in nature threats, right?
Right, I find this one to be different than the other letters because most of it, other than some references, is about his problems in prison, his family problems, but yet he still ends it with the threat to rape me.
And so we're talking about here May 15th. If we turn to State Exhibit 29, we see that there's a envelope of June 13th, 2017. And going to State Exhibit 30, the next page, could you please read this aloud for the jury?
Hey baby, how are you? Okay, I hope your family as well. Still finding myself loving you more than I already have. And that's no surprise. I must say I miss you so much every night and day. It's you always. Anyway, let's get down on some of this bullshit that's going on. Look, hot pussy, these people are not bullshitting about this hit I'm going to have. More problems I need for you to come by and get me, okay? I'm in need of a lot of help, baby. I might not make it to the bus station, okay? Look, I'm your boyfriend, and you're supposed to be there for me. I need you, Nicole. Keep in mind, because I love you, I want to be there to help raise our kids. I can see it says no, but if you read it in context, it would be now, you breastfeeding me and our kids. Hello, do you hear me? You have to come, if not, then fine. Just remember, my life is in your hands. How can I say and do these things to make you feel good if you're not there? Look, Nicole, I made mistakes after I had gotten out, confused. I like to see us move on, get past all this, settle down and raise these kids, okay? I ask that you allow me to take your hand and claim it as mine. I will be that husband that you might want me to be. I have let some time get past us, and I'm sorry, and that the love I have for you is nonstop. It says none, but nonstop. Well, my love, I must leave you now. P.S. If you don't come, hot pussy, then, and then the next thing I see is on the back, smile, 69 hashtag.
And so you're referring to on State Exhibit 30, the back side of that page has Smile 69.
Yes, and it was written and folded in a way so that the first thing I see when I pull out the letter is Smile 69.
And again, that's a phrase that he often writes to you in these letters while he's in prison, correct?
Correct.
I mean, the number of times I think you've said hot pussy aloud here, I mean, what do you think having or, saying this aloud, knowing that someone is saying this to you?
Well, and he usually uses it how he used to hear, which is look, hot pussy. So it's an added level of threat and harm. And again, I think in my mind, it goes to the detail in which he thinks about this.
There's kind of a new I guess, statement here. in this letter, look, I'm your boyfriend, and you're supposed to be there for me. Not a question, is that?
No,
Do you feel like he's telling you what you are to him?
what I am to him and what I will have to do to him and for him.
Do you feel Mr. Dorsey is trying to take control of you?
I feel like that's all he's done.
In fact, if we would just rewind to, I think, one of the first letters, doesn't he say, you belong to me?
Yes.
City Exhibit number 31, from June 13th, 2017.
So the same day.
And City Exhibit number 32 would be the contents of that letter. If you could just read that aloud, and I believe that is a two-sided letter.
Hey baby, how are you? Fine. I hope just so that you know, you sure do look that way. Sexy, looking good. As for me, not. Looking to good, these people have already tried to put in a hit on me. With the guards, I was working second shift, which is the 1 p.m. to 5 p.m., sometime 6. I was working when Sergeant Farnsworth came up to me and said, I'm going to torture you. In my mind, the hit, because I'm in the dorm with 54 people. I had this inmate walk past me and say, it's like a hit. Then he said that money is looking good around here. So I went back to work. I had stopped working and went and sat down in the chow hall. I went to the window. I saw some guards coming my way with masks and batons. So I went back and sat down. I got up again. I could, and then he scratched out some words. See some guards talking to the guards with masks. I could see through the window everybody leaving, so I went back to the kitchen. At that time, I see Farnsworth. He answered the phone. I hear him ask this person, where are you? It was one of the guards that stopped the guards that was coming after me. Sergeant Bantos, she knew about the hit, and she stopped it. She's a lady that I've been talking, a good friend. There's nothing going on between us. I have inmates to tell me some things about the hit. At some time, some want to see me dead. Look, hot pussy, if y'all don't do something, I'm not going to make it. The day when I leave this place, the next hit is going to be on the bus. I might not be transferred with the other inmates so that me, if I'm by myself, then you know it's a better chance getting it done. After seeing a lot of things going on in this place, such as I put in a request to move to another unit 4 months ago, still haven't gotten it, somewhere in Dallas. I don't want to lose you, Nicole, but if you don't do something soon, baby, I love you, hot pussy, in really big words. P.S. Let me tell you something. Don't get pregnant. Wait for me. You hear me? You to send me a parole lawyer to get me a transfer to Dallas.
How does it feel in regards to your safety, knowing that as a recipient of these letters, in the last 5 months, now this person's trying to get to Dallas? Your safe spot, right?
Right, he is, he says it, he's trying to get transferred to Dallas so that he can be close to me, so that then he can rape me. And the P.S., don't get pregnant, wait for me.
And as you are checking the system, I say system, but checking to see when Mr. Dorsey would get released, you're aware of a sentence as to how long he might be in the penitentiary, right? Without going into the detail.
Right, there's a date on there.
So
every once in a while it changes, so that's why I would check it routinely.
And just like before, in the previous letter, we end with this threat, this warning.
Right.
Let me tell you something. Don't get pregnant, wait for me.
Right.
And how many times, I think to this point, 3 or 4, hearing this over and over and over again. I mean, can your fear get any higher? I mean, does it, each letter, does it add, or is it some point, it can't go any higher?
No, it definitely I mean, don't get me wrong, it was scary, the first letter was scary, but every time he continues to threaten this, I know that he's serious about it, and that he is determined to do this based on the repetitiveness and the level of detail and the threatening language.
On State Exhibit 33, we see that an additional letter was sent on July 20th, 2017. And State Exhibit 34 is the content of that envelope, State Exhibit 33. Could you read State Exhibit 34 aloud?
Yes. Hey baby, still holding you in my arms. I wasn't expecting to be sent out this, I can't make, it says FAC out, but at the same time, we know why. Let's just say with her driving to Middleton saying all of that, she's made me more stranger. Is what she has done, and as for you, on the other hand, I don't understand. Why? Would you tell Gordon some of the things that I would tell you? This is the shit that got me about you. Can you see my situation? All has happened. Is that this problem has got worse? I understand that you're doing your job. You never thought clearly about some things when you should have, but it's all right. Together we are moving on to better things. I'm going to put in a request to move to another unit. This is what I need this parole lawyer for. I need for y'all to help me move somewhere else. I can't keep still in my situation, and I need this done soon as possible. There is a lot of talk about me in this shit that I'm in. I have had all I can stand out of here. It's time that she get what's coming to her. But she's trying to get me. And then there's 4 dashes. Nothing that she does is right.
I don't know if you know, but let's just look at the phrase, she gets what's coming to her. I think he writes here, but is that kind of a threat to someone?
Right, and I think it's written, I took it to mean that if someone doesn't do, especially if some woman doesn't do what she says he needs her to do, then he will retaliate.
And during this time, you've told the jury that you're monitoring this. When's Ronnie Dorsey gonna get out, right? Checking the website. But seeing the words where he mentions a parole lawyer.
Yes.
I mean, does that bother you, knowing that he knows he's getting out? He's looking for a parole lawyer.
Right, what that means to me is that he wants a parole lawyer to get out quicker so that he can come get me.
State Exhibit 35, sent on July 26, 2017. And the contents of that in State Exhibit 36. Could you read that out loud?
Hey baby, still holding the love of you in my arms. There's a feeling inside that love itself understands. They say love hurts. We know it's true. I never meant to hurt you. And then, like in big cursive letters, it says, love you always.
Just that, precious witness.
You may.
Thank you.
It's different because when you open it, I'm sure you'll see this more in detail, but it says Nicole with love, Rodney with love, and a very detailed drawing. And then inside, there's also really colorful detail filled with hearts.
And previously, we already read it aloud, but, state exhibit number 26, in a similar way, you have artwork.
Yes, when you open it, you see the artwork. This one is of two bunnies with hearts, a male and a female, in sunshine. And then when you open it, it's colored hearts. It all appears to maybe be done in, I don't know, pencil, colored pencil maybe.
Do you have a feeling in regards to the amount of time it might take as to these letters and what is the intent, the meaning behind these pictures?
What,
There's a cause for speculation, object.
Mr. Anastas?
I'll rephrase.
Thank you.
State exhibit 26 and 36 both have very ornate art. From your experience as a criminal defense attorney, is getting these supplies, this type of paper and colored pencils, is that something that takes time or money in TDC?
yes, so in my experience as a criminal defense lawyer, there is a known activity in prison where you can use your commissary funds to, meaning kind of the money in your jail account, prison account, to pay someone to make these drawings for you. And what bothered me about all of the letters that have this little level of detail is that he either, in my experience knowing this system of paying people to do it, he either used his money to pay someone to do this, or he did it himself, and regardless, he had to use extra resources to do it, which only shows to me the level of detail of what he's putting into this, these communications to me.
Quite a lot of additional effort,
Right.
right? The commission to publish this or hold these in front of the jury.
You may.
Thank you. Exhibit 26. State exhibit 36. And Nicole, State Exhibit 37, dated August 1st, 2017. And State Exhibit 38 is the letter within that. Could you read that aloud?
Excuse me. Hey, hey baby, hot pussy, I smell it miles away. Pretty soon I will be holding it in my hand and you in my arms. I can't wait to stick my butterfinger in your Kit Kat and make some baby Ruths. That way we both will feel like a nut. That's okay, we are going to have these kids and get married. Let me tell you something. Don't you fucking get pregnant. Listen to me. Wait for me. I will be home soon. P.S. I love you, hot pussy.
Nicole, is there any way to read that or identify the threat of sexual violence without just reading the entire letter?
I don't know that I understand your question.
If I said, you know what, read the one line in here that is a threat.
the part about sticking his Butterfinger in my Kit Kat and make some baby Ruths, I take those to be sexual references to a male body part and a female's body part.
And then it's followed up with, let me tell you something, don't you fucking get pregnant, listen to me.
Right.
Well, for me, I will be home soon. P.S. I love you, hot pussy. I mean, just being you right there, you read the entire letter, would you say?
Yes.
So the entire letter,
Is it the entire, I see what you're saying. Yes, the entire letter, there's not a word in this letter that does not contain a threat to rape me.
Mr. Mayor, approach the witness.
You may.
Thank you. Ms. Knox, Exhibit 38, the actual letter you received, a little bit different than what the jury's looking at, say Exhibit 38 in the book, say Exhibit 1. Could you describe, and your feelings as well, when you received that specific card?
Just a minute. Yes, so when you open it, you see, it says, I love you with a big flower. And then inside, and again with all the details, you have to pull down, and then there's another flower.
Just like before, permission to publish to the jury.
You may.
Thank you. This is Exhibit 38. Ms. Knox, at this point, from January, February of 2017, you received this in August of 2017.
Yes, yes.
Quite some time passed during the span of these 12 letters being sent to you.
Yes.
Um,
Well, I mean, 17, I think the last one was August, so I don't know.
So we're going from February, March, April, May, June, July, August.
Right, which
So
is at least,
7 months.
yeah,
And this initially started back on March 28th of 2015, that initial text from Rodney Dorsey.
right.
Is it hard to believe in your mind that that much time has passed and yet Mr. Dorsey still won't go away?
Of course, it's hard for me to believe that I'm still dealing with this 7 years later.
You've had the comfort to feel that Rodney Dorsey was locked up while he was sending these letters, and you know that that time is coming to an end.
No, I feared every day that he would get out.
It's inevitable. He was going to get out.
Right.
And specifically, what did he say he was going to do when he got out?
Find me and rape me in very vulgar ways.
As far as your life, in August of 2017, has the amount of your supporters, the people aware of what you're going through, grown?
Yes, of course. Most notably my husband, because it obviously immediately affects me, but the next people are my husband and my children. And of course, my husband feels very protective over me when he knows these communications are going on. He, I don't know if I've answered your question, but
So, your husband is obviously aware of the explicit nature of the letters you received the previous 7 months.
yes.
regards to increasing safety, increasing security, any measures in your life that you and your husband and your family and friends are taking?
At that point, it was just awareness, trying to be on the lookout. It wasn't until a little bit later that we took some extra measures.
All right, well, let me stop you right there, Mr. Anastas. I believe now is a good time for us to break for lunch, and also that will give the witness an opportunity to take a break as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we will break for lunch. It is 12:48. We will break until 1:30. As I explained to you earlier, lunch has been provided. It is waiting for you in the back. So, I will still give you that, yeah, we will still do it from yes, that way you should have plenty of time to eat and maybe get a leg stretch break. So come back, at approximately, instead of 1:30, let's do 1:40, just a little bit, yeah, 1:40, give you an extra 10 minutes. So you will be back in the jury room at 1:40. Understand that you have the 2 rooms so that you can socially distance and you may eat. If you believe that you're going to try to leave the building, for lunch, please make the bailiffs aware, because we have to be accountable for each and every one of you. I gotta make sure I don't lose anybody. So, I would ask that you will now be in the bailiff's care, and lunch is provided for you. So we are on recess. Thank you. Cause number FD1-00157, the state of Texas versus Rodney Dorsey. And I believe, Mr. Anastas, you were still presenting evidence in the state's case in chief.
Yes, Judge. Can I proceed?
You may proceed, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Knox, I'm gonna try to take us back to the place where we were before we broke for lunch, okay? The last exhibit we were discussing was State Exhibit 3738. The letter sent on August 1st of 2017. And at this point, it's been about 7 months of a continuous flow of threatening letters.
Yes.
And as you were describing to the jury how those made you feel when you read them, what's going on the inside?
With every letter that I received, especially when there's a couple where I would receive 2 in one day, all of the details, the culmination of the text messages back from right after I represented him, with all of these threatening communications, I truly believed that he, and feared that he would get out and rape me or harm me in some other way.
Has it been difficult to read aloud to the jury 12 letters so far?
Yes, of course, especially with, I don't prefer to say these vulgar details to anyone, much less in a courtroom.
These very obscene descriptions of these sex acts.
Yes, the detail and the planning, it's why I haven't read these letters many times, because they evoke so many emotions.
And speaking about emotions, although we don't see tears in your eyes today,
You probably, I'd be surprised if I can finish this without crying, but I'm going to try.
throughout this time, from 2015 with the text messages, through 2017 with these 12 letters so far.
Yes.
Lots of tears during that time.
Oh, yes. That's why I had to stop reading them, is that every time I got one, I would cry out of frustration and fear and feeling out of control and like someone had control over me.
And one of the few things you could do for control was to monitor a release date.
That's the best thing that I knew how to do, because, once again, he was already locked up. As long as he was locked up, then I didn't feel like there was much that I could do, at that time.
So while you're monitoring the public website to see when or if Mr. Dorsey was going to be released, at some point did you find that information out?
Yes, so as I monitored it, then I did realize that he got out early November of 2017. I believe it was November 3rd.
So November 3rd of 2017, you find out that the man who's been sending you these letters, these text messages, is not free.
Right.
What's that feeling like, knowing that? Are you concerned?
It was definitely very scary. I would watch. My level of alertness and awareness every minute, every day, was whether or not he was going to contact me. Because again, my hope was, I hoped that in prison he was just so bored that he was sending me these letters, and then I hoped that he would, once he was free, move on with his life and do other things and sit around and write me letters or try to contact me, but that doesn't mean that I didn't fear that he would or that he would try to find me. And so I lived with that fear of having to look over my back constantly.
And on December 17th, 2017, did you receive a text message from a number 682-472-3700?
I did.
So an unknown number, not identified in your cell phone.
Correct.
And if we're looking here at State Exhibit 39, the actual message sent to you from that number looks like a family emoji and hearts.
Correct.
What did you think when you got that unknown number sending you this specific text message?
I was confused. I was very confused. I thought that it was somebody, there was a place in the back of my mind where I feared that it was him. But I thought that it was just somebody accidentally, I was hoping, I guess, that it was someone accidentally sending this to me. And this, without knowing who it is, this within itself, the family next to the hearts, isn't inherently threatening. And there was no other context at that point to tie it to Rodney Dorsey.
So you guard up, but you're hoping for the best.
Right. And I figured if it was him, then he would do what he did, which is continue to send me messages that would allow me to link it up.
And seems like you were right, because later on that day, you have some more. 90-day fiance, that smile belonged to me, with a ring and an okay. And then, other than God, I need and want you, with an emoji of a family, 2 kids, a ring, a heart, and a thumbs up.
Yes.
Did you feel any different in regards to kind of the, hoping for the best, I'm a little fearful? What changed, if anything?
I'm a little more heightened and on guard now, but there's nothing in these 2 text messages on, it's like the second and the third one, the ones you just read, there's nothing in here that was like his MO in those letters. None of the details that he usually would include in a communication.
So the next day, December 18th at 2017 at 8:07, we get a good morning with a house emoji, a car, family, and 2 children. And then underneath that, smile for me, 69 with a dog. And then love you. Then I wasn't calling you a dog. Need to know about my case. Have you filed it yet?
At this point, I believe it's him. And that's because largely of the 69 emoji and the number of times that he used that in his letters to me. And then, unfortunately, I take the dog next to the 69 emoji to mean a sexual position, because he then says, I wasn't calling you a dog. And I specifically remember getting those text messages that morning and telling my husband, and he was like, you're not allowed to leave this house until you start dealing with this. So I immediately called my investigator.
And your investigator, what is his name?
Daniel James.
I want to point something out that you mentioned in regards to State Exhibit 39. The clue for you, the link from these 12 letters from 2017 to now these text messages from this unknown number at this time, you see Smile 69.
Right.
We talked about a lot of themes he had. Was that one of them that was a frequent occurrence?
Yes, I think we saw that, in most of his letters.
And just to clarify, we're looking here at State Exhibit 22, and on State Exhibit number 30, again, Smile 69.
Right. Another clue was the incessant text messages back to back without my response, because I still, at this point, well, ever since 2015, when I was threatening to call the cops on him, I never, ever communicated with him again.
The manner and the way that you're able to identify, in addition to kind of the content, but have you ever had anyone contact you, communicate you in the consistent, relentless way that Rodney Dorsey did to you?
No.
December 18, 2017 at 1:43. I put a lot of trust in you like I do God. In some way you let me down. If we flip to State's Exhibit 40, continuous in that text thread, you don't do things that I thought. Nicole, I've been hurt a lot in my life. I really had enemies and friends, everybody want to hurt me. Why? They want to take my life. I've always helped people. Do you have any idea what this means to you? What this is intended to mean to you?
That I am not engaging in his communication, and he thought that he would get out and be able to communicate with me and do all of these things to me that he wants to do.
So,
And that I was letting him down by not complying with that.
and have you responded at all? We talked about, or we read aloud 12 letters for a period of 7 months. And now we're looking at a few text messages on December 17th and December 18th of 2017. Has there been any response by you towards Rodney Dorsey?
No, not since the last text in 2015.
You mentioned Daniel James, an investigator. Was this someone that you had a professional relationship with due to your work as a criminal defense attorney?
Yes, he was the former chief investigator for the Federal Public Defender's Office, and then he retired, and I immediately hired him on a case. And we've worked together. He's my go-to investigator anytime that I need one. And he was so scared for me and feels so protective of me because of our working relationship that he offered to immediately help. And by doing so, we needed to obviously link this number to Rodney Dorsey, but we also needed to find him to make sure he wasn't close to me. And so that's what Dan started doing. And he did it from the second at 8 a.m. on December 18th is when I called him. He spent all day on the 18th and the 19th, and then most of the day on the 20th.
So in a way, by keeping eyes on Rodney Dorsey, it enabled you to have some sense of safety?
No, I would not say I felt safe during that time. I just wanted, it wasn't easy for Dan James, who is this very experienced investigator, to link this number to Rodney Dorsey, and it also took him a while to find him. So, no, I would not say I felt safe at all.
And that's why protective measures, which would be Dan James, going to try to locate Rodney Dorsey.
Yes.
And the other thing you talked about linking a phone number. What did you do to identify 682-472-3700 to Rodney Dorsey?
Well, again, so I practice with, I office with 7 other criminal defense attorneys, so I immediately started asking people in my office how, if just for creative way to brainstorm, how can we link this number to him? And the lawyer that I office with helped me do that.
And what exactly did he do?
He also went into protective mode. He was so offended by all of the threats and details that I told him, that he dropped what he was doing and he called the number.
And was this call, was this made on speakerphone?
Yes, I was present. It was in his office. It was on speakerphone and I listened to the whole call.
When that phone call was made and you heard the words of the individual on the other side of that phone, what was that feeling?
I expected. Rodney Dorsey's voice, to me at least, is very recognizable. It's not easily confused, but my fears had all come to fruition. I knew it was him. I mean, he didn't even have to say his name for me to know.
You're a Met person witness?
You may.
I'm showing you, what's been marked as State Exhibit 56. You viewed this previously, but are you able to identify what this is?
Yes, this is a picture and a notice that I emailed to the people in my office on this same day. And then I posted this all over my building and I made sure security had many copies and that management had many copies. It was everywhere.
And just a few seconds ago, you talked about another colleague making this phone call. This phone call where you recognized Ronnie Dorsey's voice when 682-472-3700 was called.
Yes,
I'm showing you what's been marked as State Exhibit number 57. Are you familiar with the contents on this disc?
yes,
And is it accurate recording of that conversation between Cody Skipper and Ronnie Dorsey?
yes.
And at this time, say we move to admit State Exhibit 56 and 57 for all purposes.
Judge, I have no objections.
All right, states number 56 and 57 will be admitted.
Thank you, Judge. Okay, Nicole, we see State Exhibit 56. You talked about what you did in Drops Building. Are you referring to 3131 McKinney?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
The State Exhibit
Oh, that I sent to my office, yes, so we have a suite, of course, just like every office building, but I also needed for everybody else in the building to be on notice, because at this point, I'm afraid for not only myself, but everyone in the building.
So we've had an investigator try to go identify Rodney Dorsey. We've got signs now posted up at your place of work notifying other people. Talked about this phone call. Just permission to publish State Exhibit 57?
You may.
Rodney Dorsey, please.
Speaker.
Hey, Rodney, my name's Cody Skipper, Dallas Works Commission. I've got a refund check here that needs to come to you, and it's been sent back on several times. Rodney Todd Dorsey,
Yes.
I don't know if it's, in your date of birth is June the 6th of 1967.
Yes, sir.
I've got a driver's license of 240-909-241.
Yes, sir.
We've sent this twice to 805 Rainbow Lane in Cedar Hill, and it's come back. Is that a bad address?
Yes, it is.
Well, okay, where's one we can send this to now?
2696, Vickers.
Vickers?
So, Vickers,
Okay,
apartment number 2203.
okay, is that in Dallas?
Yes, sir.
And the zip?
75212.
Okay. I will, get that in the mail today. Is there, any kind of roommate there or family member that, could accept on your behalf?
Yes, there will be someone here, sir.
Okay, okay. All right, buddy, I appreciate it. Good luck with it. Take care. Bye-bye.
So, you received an address off Vickers. Was that passed along to, the investigator who's also helping, or is he able to locate that address, from his own investigation?
No, he couldn't, we had bad addresses for him, so we only got that address from his call. And then my investigator immediately, went out to try to find him, and then that took a while because he was in and out of the house, and my investigator and his team had to end up essentially like sleeping outside in their car and spend, 24 hours around the clock, to confirm, to see him go in and out and do it a couple of times to make sure they were right.
Coordinated effort?
Yes, a coordinated effort and a lot of resources, and my investigator did it as a favor to me because he was so frightened and scared for me.
You wanted to ensure your safety.
Right.
The emotional intensity of a situation like that, knowing that you have these people who are supporting you, sitting at this other location, watching. What's that feeling in yourself, those 24 hours as the time's passing?
I mean, as the days went on, it definitely heightened, but again, it is almost impossible to describe the feeling of fear, when you know that someone is threatening you in this very real way, and that you know that they're capable of carrying out this threat, and that the threats have been time after time after time again, when you've given them no attention, no reason to believe that you want to be a part of this. And I wasn't allowed to go anywhere without protection, meaning my family and my investigator wouldn't allow me. If I was at home, someone had to be with me. I at least used to be a very, very independent person, and to have someone be able to control your life and take your freedom and liberty and independence away from you and to live in a state of terror, I can't accurately describe how horrible it is.
So is this going, as all this is going on, and you're trying to live life, the messages continue. And so, going back to State's Exhibit 40. On December 18th, 2017 at 7:53. Series of emojis again.
Yes.
The house, a ring, family, kids, car, another dog. Will call you, or will phone, at the, and I'm not sure, what those are. Maybe you will let me come in a home emoji. Why people, eyes, things in the flesh, eyes see them. In the spirit, I hear them, Nicole. And then I love you in the same manner, would you say, as a previous text message with love you like that?
Yes. But I take the may you,
Non-responsive, there's no question posed.
What did this series,
Go ahead.
can I rephrase?
Yes, please.
What did this series of messages mean to you?
I'm not completely sure about the first one. May you will let me come house. I take it to mean he wants to come to my house. And why people see, I take it to say why people see things in the flesh, I see them in the spirit, I hear them as he's watching me.
We'll go ahead and turn to page, or case exhibit 41, the next page. And on December 19, 2017 at 7:54. Good morning, love you, with a family emoji, some kids, a ring, a diamond ring or an engagement ring, and a dog. And then we have to get them started. Looks like some baby emojis and another ring. And then a little bit later on that day, at 11:24, love has its value. You are my value. I love you. And then in the evening, you get a text at 6:38. And I would like you to read to the jury what that is and the feelings that you had when you saw that.
It says, Shantae, that bastard. Then there's a sniper assault rifle. Then there's a sniper assault rifle facing what looked to me to be 5 Glocks or semi-automatic pistols. Then it says, baby, I'm so sorry, please forgive me, dog emoji. I will call again, I don't know what that means, in the morning, okay, smile, 69. And, would you like for me to explain?
Yes, please.
So I immediately Googled, or immediately I looked on my phone to see if these gun emojis are, I didn't even know you could do that, or why that should be available on a phone. So I immediately Googled how easy it is to do that, and I learned that it's really hard to do that you have to, I don't even know how to do it, but you essentially have to create it or get it from another website or something like that. And I'm doing this all very quickly because I'm about to call the police. And then I Googled Shantae, that bastard, and Shantae, according to Urban Dictionary, was basically, is described as a lot of things, but one of them is a woman who's good in the bedroom. And then I take this, so I take all of this combined to mean that he is threatening to kill me in a very violent way, that he's also planning to rape me with the 69 emoji combined with all of the other threats. And I literally in that moment remember thinking, because he says, baby, I'm so sorry, please forgive me, that he's immediately ready to do these things. That he's asking for forgiveness in advance instead of permission. And so I immediately called the police.
And did the police respond out there?
Yes.
Do you recall speaking to an officer Mosby from the University Park Police Department?
Yes.
When you're telling the jury and describing your feelings, are you looking at the text message just by itself from December 19, 2017? Or are you taking into account the entirety? How the text messages from 2015, the letters from 2017, the fact that you represented him on a violent offense, an aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, does that combined, I guess, add to your interpretation of these messages to you?
Of course, if this would have been the only communication that he ever sent me, then I would still be very concerned about it. However, when he has threatened to rape me over and over and over again, sends me unwanted text messages, letters, I'm not engaging in this behavior. I know that he's capable of it due to his violent nature. He's made references that he knows what I'm doing at different times. I truly, it is absolutely the totality of everything and how it escalated, because it makes me believe that he is capable of doing this in this moment, and that I was really afraid the police wouldn't get there in time, that he would act before they could arrive. And fortunately, that didn't happen.
Do you know whether Ronnie Dorsey was arrested soon after that?
He was arrested the next day.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 58 and 59. These exhibits you previously reviewed and that you're familiar with.
Yes, and yes.
And Exhibit 58, what way do you recognize?
Oh, sorry. This is a picture of Rodney Dorsey. It's a smudge shot, and it reflects the arrest date of 12/20/2017. His booking number 1706. Sorry, 5551.
And one of the things that can apply in situations where there is a victim in fear is a protective order. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall coming to the district attorney's office to provide some information regarding your protective order?
Yes, I provided information.
And Exhibit 59, is this the emergency protective order that was in place soon after Mr. Dorsey's arrest?
Yes.
Your Honor, state would offer for all purposes states Exhibit 58 and 59.
No objection.
All right, states number 58 and 59 will be admitted.
Thank you, Judge. Looking at State Exhibit 58, we see the booking number that you just read aloud to the jury, 1706-5551, and the booking date of 12/20/2017. Is that right?
Yes.
Similar to the booking number that we talked to the jury about on the letters from TDC, does this booking number link to soon-to-be letters from Rodney Dorsey?
Yes, after he was arrested, he wrote me more letters, and his booking number that you just read is on the envelope.
And looking at 6 Exhibit 59, we have State of Texas versus Rodney Todd Dorsey. And it reads, "It is the order of this court pursuant to Article 17.292, Texas Code of Criminal Procedure, that the above named defendant shall be prohibited from," and we have multiple boxes that are checked. Is that right?
Yes.
And the fourth box states, "Communicating directly or indirectly in a threatening or harassing manner with a member of the family or household or with a protected person under this order, or communicating a threat through another person to a member of the family or household, or to the person protected under this order. And page 2 of State Exhibit 59 there's a time frame that apply to these protective orders. Is that right, Ms. Knox?
Yes.
Okay. And in this particular protective order, the time frame that is made known to Mr. Dorsey is how many days?
It was 61 days from the date this was considered, which I think I just saw was December 27th.
And so the other option in this case would have been 91 days?
Yes.
Okay, Nicole, now, Ronnie Dorsey's in jail.
Yes.
He's been arrested for stalking.
Yes.
And you know that there's a protective order in place.
Correct.
Did the communications stop?
No. He continued to call me from jail over 100 times. He had his mother call me. His mother, I had all their phone numbers blocked on my phone, but it still allows you to leave a voicemail. And he sent me letters.
And his mother, you're referring to Winnie Curlin?
Winnie Curlin is his mother, yes.
Judge, may I approach one last time?
You may.
Thank you. And I want to show you what's been marked as this exhibit 62 through 73. You were telling the jury that even though Ronnie Dorsey is in jail, Dallas County Jail, communication continued.
Correct.
The manner and method of communicating from Dallas County Jail directly would be how? How can someone in Dallas County Jail communicate to someone outside?
Oh, to use, like a lawyer's prepaid account, so they would use, one of the phones in the county jail, and then he had my office phone number, and I had a prepaid account, so clients could communicate with me, and so that's how he would contact me.
And is the program that you receive notification from, if someone communicates in that way, Securus?
Yes.
And if Securus, or if someone makes a phone call through Securus, what type of notification comes to you on your phone?
So if you don't answer the call, then on your phone, it would show up, it shows up as a notice with a link to a voicemail.
And the phone number from Dallas County Jail, or from Securus, is that the same number that would call you over and over and over again?
Yes.
Meaning it's not gonna be, well, this call's from number A, and call number 2 is from number B.
Right, it doesn't distinguish, it's all part of the Securus system.
And what's been marked is in State Exhibit 62 through 63, would that be a way to show the jury what's going on in your life with your phone when you're receiving these calls from the defenders?
Yes, these are examples of the types of notices I would receive, whenever that would happen.
Is it quite annoying to have a phone call sent to you over and over and over again?
There's not a thing about this case that isn't annoying, but yes.
And that emergency protective order discussed direct contact, but also indirect contact.
Correct.
And indirect contact for you in this case was through who?
Winnie Curlin.
And Winnie Curlin, as you told us, is the defendant's mother.
Correct.
And do you even know how many times from 2015 to 2019 Winnie Curlin called you or left you a voicemail?
Not off the top of my head, it's too many for me to recall.
Did you know that Rodney Dorsey was directing his mother to call you?
At this point, I know that based on listening to some of the jail calls that he made to his mother.
Speaking of calls, State's Exhibit number 60. You told us Winnie Curlin also left you voicemails. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. The contents of State Exhibit 60 contain voicemails from Winnie Curlin.
Yes.
And I should have asked this, but you're familiar with her voice?
Yes, to me, because of the constant contact, her voice is also very identifiable to me.
She may just identify herself in some of the voicemails. Is that right?
I believe so.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 76 through 79. You mentioned you've now learned about some directives Ronnie Dorsey made to his mom to contact you through listening to some phone calls from the jail. And you've reviewed and listened to State's Exhibit 76 and 79, but do you recognize the two voices that are having those conversations on those two exhibits?
Yes, they are the voices of Rodney Dorsey and Winnie Curlin, his mother.
State's Exhibit 69 through 73. Are these photos that represent screenshots of the voluminous voicemails from the Dallas County Jail Securus as well as Winnie Curlin?
Yes. May I see the notices? Yeah, those. Yes, so my recollection is what happened. So these show voicemails on my personal cell phone from my blocked folder from Winnie Curlin and the unknown number, which is tied to the jail. Then, and that's State's Exhibit 69, State's 70. So if I'm recalling correctly, I know this is the securus number 214-238-8117. But I believe I started getting the notices once I had to block the securus number from my phone, and then he found out a way to then leave me voicemails.
And 69 through 73 just reflect the volume and what's left on your phone from the defendant
Yes,
and his mother.
yes.
Now, at this time, State would offer to admit 62 through 73, as well as State Exhibit 60 for all purposes.
Objection to 60, then I'll need a few seconds to look through these others.
Okay, so at this point, we have 60 that will be admitted, correct?
Yes, Judge.
And what is number 60?
60 is the three phone calls from voicemails from Winnie Curlin to Nicole Knox.
Okay, and Mr. Seymour, you are reviewing 62 through 73 as well as 76 and 79?
Yes, I'm looking at them right now, and I have no
I was
objections.
just making sure. And you have no objection?
No, ma'am, I have no objections.
All right, thank you. So states number 60 will be admitted. States number 62 through 73 will be admitted, and states number 76 and 79. Have you offered those as well?
Judge, at this point, I plan to offer them later. I just wanted the witness to identify the voices on these phone calls.
All right, I got you.
Sorry about that delay. So Nicole, since Exhibit 62, you said you received over 106 calls from Rodney Dorsey. Since Exhibit 62, I guess, is this an example of what shows up on your phone?
Yes.
And State Exhibit 63, which is dated from April 26th, you received these notices. You have received a 21-second voice message from Ronnie D, and then there's a link.
Correct.
State Exhibit 64 on April 27th at 11 a.m. Same type of thing, another 20-second voice message.
Yes.
And this looks like it's a string, but it doesn't give a date, but it says today at 12:41.
And that was,
I'm sorry.
I was just gonna, that obviously wasn't actually today, well, not obviously, but that wasn't actually today, that was at the time that I.
Right. At the time I'm just so we're clear, at the time you're screenshotting this on your phone, it's gonna be that day, right?
Correct.
Okay. But very clear, 48-second voice message from Ronnie Dorsey.
Yes.
And to be clear, this is after December 20th, 2017, right?
Of course.
And that date, I know we said it before, but that date, what happened?
On December 28th,
December 20th,
20th is when he was arrested.
and he's arrested for stalking, right?
Correct.
And also told not to contact you,
Correct.
right? So the fact that someone's gone through that, been told that, and you're being barraged with these messages, these phone calls, what's the feeling?
The feeling was one of panic and fear and, the fact that he's already been arrested for this and he continues, he doesn't care. I mean, he doesn't care about the rules, he doesn't care how I feel. And it would, every time I would get these notices, it would send me into an emotional, vulnerable, distracted state to where my husband then suggested that I find a way to shut down the account. So I had to actually completely shut down my Secures account so that he could no longer leave me a voicemail.
And I'm gonna fast forward to State Exhibit number 69. We see, and we'll just look at the bottom, Winnie Curlin, and then there's a date 12/29/17. And then above it, Winnie Curlin, 12/30/17, and then Winnie Curlin, 12/31/17. And are Are you telling the jury that those are voicemails left to you from Winnie Curlin?
Yes, absolutely they are.
State's Exhibit number 71, you told us 214-238-8117 was the number for who, or for what?
Securus.
And in 1, 2, 3. So these are 9 phone calls in March of 2019 from the Securus phone call system in Dallas County Jail.
Correct.
And if we just had to think back, March 2019, when did you receive your first text message from Rodney Dorsey?
I believe it was March of 2015.
Is it hard to feel that for 4 years, sorry, that this has been going on?
Yes, and I believe that if he had a way to get to me now, but if we've shut it all down, that he would still be contacting me.
Basically, he'll find a way around.
He always does.
So in addition to the phone call from Winnie Curlin and the phone communications from Rodney Dorsey in Dallas County Jail, you also received some letters.
I did.
And if you could open up the State's Exhibit number 1, and I'm going to ask that we turn to State's Exhibit number 43.
Yes.
And State's Exhibit 43, the envelope gives us the date of February 1st, 2018. Is that right?
Yes, which is within the time frame of the protective order.
And if we turn to State's Exhibit number 44, could you please read that aloud to the jury?
And his bookend number is on Exhibit 43.
And I don't mean to interrupt you, but since you said that, I'm going to get up real quick and show something. So if you're looking at the booking number on the letter from Dallas County Jail, where Rodney Dorsey is on this date, 170655551. Is that on the envelope you're looking at?
Yes. The one dated February 1st of 18.
Not only is it on that envelope, but all the other letters from Dallas County Jail. Is that on there?
It is on there.
And I'm sorry to interrupt you, if you now go back to read State Exhibit 44.
Hey, just so that you know, and then he scratches out, it looks like you. So just so you know, I have no reason to hurt you or anyone else. I am sorry for the stupid actions of me and my stupidity, Nicole. You have my most humble apology. Shantae, why would you do this? You have this man to call me playing these games that day. He was already about to have me locked up. Congratulations again. My life is in your hands this time. You're the DA. You know if you send me, and there's a scratch, to prison, that think that they're going to try and kill me again, like they tried to do at Middleton. I wouldn't hurt you, Nicole. Not only that, I wouldn't let anyone else do it. I stake that on my life. The two of us, we are knowingly engaged, Miss and and Mrs., which seems like it's supposed to be Mr. and Mrs. Dorsey, who we are, please understand, give me a chance to know Nicole. For starters, you can come by so we can talk face to face. That's great. Get those papers ready for me to sign about the lawsuit. So if you don't send me to prison, we have some to work on. Knowingly engage. P.S. You're knowingly.
Is receiving a letter, any different, or more personal from the crazy amount of phone calls you were receiving?
In some ways, yes, in some ways, no. The frequency of the phone calls is very threatening. The words, however, are extremely alarming, in that he admits to what he did, and he apologizes for it, and now he's trying to say that we're engaged, which takes it to a new level of infatuation.
And just to point out a few things in addition to what you just said, Shantae, is that word, that links back to some of the one of the previous text messages from Rodney Dorsey in 2017, right?
Yes, in the text message where he sent me all of the gun emojis right before it, he referred to Shantae.
Does it seem like to you that Rodney Dorsey knows the consequences of his actions?
Judge, I'll object to speculation.
Mr. Agnostic, you have a response?
I will retrace.
All right, sustained as a speculation.
The sentence, congratulations again. My life is in your hands. This time, you're the DA. You know if you send me to prison that they're going to try to kill you. What's the feeling you have when he's telling you that you're responsible for his life, and he doesn't seem to be wanting to go back to prison?
Well, can you ask that one more time?
Sure. What do you feel like? How does it make you feel when he's telling you that you're responsible for his life?
Oh, that it makes me angry, because he's the one who has been responsible for what has happened to my life and will for the rest of my life.
And again, later on, the second to last line, if you don't send me to prison, we have some to work on. Was this the last letter you received from Dallas County?
No.
So although he's saying to you, I have no reason to hurt you, you have my humble apology, and asking you not to send them to prison, looks like in State's Exhibit 45, a matter of 4 days later, did you receive another letter from Rodney Dorsey?
I did.
And if you could read aloud the contents of 45 in State's Exhibit 46.
Hey baby, what's going on? Well, I'll tell you what's going on. I would never do anything to hurt you. As you can see that I have no history of violence. God shored me with that clay when Shantae called. Is that you was planning to have me locked up? Nicole, you talked to the manager about what's going on. Please listen that day. That wasn't me, baby. I made a mistake. Please hear me out. The sooner you talk to me, it would get better than what it seems it will. I always told you that I love you, and I do. I had problems before I met you, and I know that I met you. I still do. These people have stole 8 years of my life when I would can't make that word out, date, maybe doubt, they would go to that person and would tell them about the $1 million hit on my life. So that part of my life sucks. Till you came along, God sent you to me. He didn't say send me to prison. Women are made to be loved and not abused. Agree? Yes. Well, that's how I feel about you. Go to bookend. He asked me, was you and I dating? So what am I to say? I didn't think it would get like this. Not with the woman I am calling engagement. Please forgive me. We can only start dating when you release me from jail. Nicole dropped the charges, baby. P.S. Knowingly engaged.
So again, release me from jail, Nicole, drop the charges. And this letter was sent to you on February 5th of 2018?
I believe, check. Yes.
Would you agree with me that's less than 61 days from Mr. Dorsey's arrest for stalking?
Yes, so this is now the second letter within that range.
And State Exhibit 47 looks to be sent on March 19th, 2018. Could you please read aloud State Exhibit 48, which is the letter inside 47?
Hello, what's going on as for me praying that we can get past all this and that you can forgive me? I love you. I wouldn't do anything to hurt you. I would like to see us engaged gently in a conversation to divert my attention from this stress. We're going, quote unquote, so quote, we're going to be okay, close quote. Tenderheartedness can be hard to find. Kindness does not come naturally. Kindness is the ongoing power of love, renewing our thoughts and attitudes. Compassionate is at work in our hearts, allowing us to reach out and whispering words of encouragement. I am deeply saddened by what's going on. Even in our pain, the mind and heart, we still share. You're always being loved no matter what, and I am begging you, baby, not to give up on us. I'm confused on what's going on. You put this in the indictment, baby. Not only that the lawyer tell me this, that I called you baby. What I think about this is that I wished that it hadn't occurred and I wouldn't be locked up again. Like I told you before, only God and you know where I'm going when I leave this place. I'm praying that you will be waiting for me outside those doors. We've been given a lot of thought on a lot of things. This would be a time for us to throw away the old baby and being in the new. Just so that you know, these people out there is not going to stop until I'm dead. God didn't say that. If you send me to TDC, those people are going to try as well. P.S. Loving you is never wrong. ...
Early on, we were talking about the letter from 2017 that Mr. Dorsey was sending you. One of the things you said that you were monitoring are when he would get out. Is that right?
Right.
Because you knew where he was when he was in prison, right?
Correct.
And looking at State Exhibit 48, does the defendant make reference to the actions once he's out of Dallas County Jail?
Yes, this is one of the more bothersome letters, because he says only me and God will know where he is going to be the second he gets out. And then he immediately says, I want you waiting outside for me, which to me, it makes me feel as though he's intending to find me the second he gets out.
And so at this point, telling Ronnie Dorsey to stop, did that work?
No,
Telling for ignoring Rodney Dorsey for years. Has that stopped?
Ignoring him is not stopped.
Okay. Having him arrested for stalking, did that stop him?
No, in fact, I think it only got worse.
Having a protective order in place, did that stop him?
No.
Every one of these ways you've tried to protect yourself from the unwanted communication, the threatening communication, would you agree that Rodney Dorsey's gonna find a way, and he has found a way?
He's proved that he's going to find a way. Everything that he does and says is meant to threaten and control me.
Looking at the bottom of State Exhibit 48, P.S. Loving you is never wrong. What is that? Knowing the situation he was in at the time he wrote this, and him telling you, loving you is never wrong.
Especially when you couple that with the fact that he now thinks we're engaged. It's awful. I mean,
Unfortunately, State Exhibit 49 shows us that the letters continued on May 22nd, 2019. This says, any reasonable effort. Do you know what that means?
I'm not really sure.
State Exhibit number 50, the letter within State Exhibit 49, the envelope, could you please read this aloud?
Yes. Hey baby, what I need for you to understand is that we have to bring some companionship into our lives. Life is not worth living without you. You mean the world to me more than what you could imagine. Help me so that we can help us. I need you, baby. These lonely days and nights without you, it hurts. Only you can ease the pain being in this place. Rodney, have son everything you wanted him to see by you being in the court with these hairstyles. I might not see you at some time, but I know that you're there. I can still smell that pussy a mile away. Remember one morning you came to court to see me about my case. At the window looking, you started shaking. Well, you looked like your panties had gotten wet. I see you couldn't wait for your husband. Look, let me tell you something. Get me the fuck out of this place. Can you see that you have my heart? So what I'm asking is that you don't hurt me again, that you don't hurt me anymore. I see that I might be hurting you, baby. I'm sorry. I don't want to see us hurt anymore. Please, it's time. We got married. I told you that I wanted 3 kids. All this bullshit you have put us through, those kids well, baby, I have to go. Remember, I love you. P.S. That smells good to me.
What's it like reading that?
Horrifying. It only proves that he's not getting the message, he's not learning a lesson, it's only intended to scare me. And there was a day where he might have seen me in court, because I was dealing with another case, and I was in and out of the courtroom, and he was up here on the jail chain, and someone had to come warn me that he was here and that I needed to get out of the courtroom until he was taken back to jail. So I immediately left, and there's a chance he could have seen me shaking. I probably did start shaking because That's why I was shaking when I started testifying, that he's terrifying.
Look, let me tell you something. Get me the fuck out of this place. Is that a threat?
Yeah, I mean, everything he says is a threat.
He mentions your husband again, and this is something he, acknowledges before as well. But I mean, at this point, you've already told us that your family's involved, your husband's involved. But now that we're seeing, those other loved ones in your life in a letter from Rodney Dorsey, and I've asked this again, but can that add, or does that add anything to your fear?
Of course, now he's saying that you couldn't wait for your husband. I understood that to mean that I got married, that I'm married and I'm not waiting for him to marry me.
And I think we're at letter 16 overall from, in total, I'm sorry to be confusing, but as far as up to this point, we've read aloud 16 letters. Some from when Mr. Dorsey was in prison, and now currently in May of 2019, from Dallas County Jail. But I'm sorry, one moment. I'll withdraw that question.
All right.
So, May 22nd, 2019, this was written, and State's Exhibit 51, December 19th, 2019. And going to State's Exhibit 52, could you please read that aloud?
Hey baby, what's up? I tell you what the fuck is up. You showing me that you don't love me. I mean, if you really loved me, you would have had me out of this place a long time ago. You're supposed to show me that you want me with you. You filed these cases, you have my money. All I see is that you really want to hurt me at the same time. I'm praying to the good Lord on this. He's seeing everything. You always have to get even with me. What you should be doing is getting me the fuck out of here so you can breastfeed me. That day in court, you came out that door of the DA. You first, then your sister, those breasts of yours, those girls look mighty tasty. Give me some love. Show me some love. Let me push it in and bring it out. Put it back in your heart. Put it back in you hard. Smile. #69. Can you come and shake like you did that morning? Bust those hot nuts all over me? Is what I want to see. Let me touch it and explore. You told me that you worked hard for me on my case, then work hard for me now. Get me out of here. Let's work hard on these kids. Can you help us with that? Give me some of that hot pussy. Let me check your temperature. Put some beef inside that body. So why you doing all of this? Take shopping out to eat as something. Let me see you naked. Let me bust some nuts all over you. How about that? Like I said, I'm going to get it. I'm going to get it sore so you can see Big Daddy. have to go by ... PS, why is it that you have to get even ...
And wait a minute, Mr. Anastas, we've been going for about, a little over an hour and a half. This might be a good time for a break. So what I am going to do, Ms. Black, if you will assist me, because you are closest to the door, we're going to take a 15-minute recess, and I would ask you, Ms. Black, if you could please open the door so that the jury can come out.
Yes,
Thank
Your Honor.
you. 1-00157, style the state of Texas versus Rodney Dorsey. Where we left off was that the state, Mr. Anastas, was still presenting the state's case in chief. You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Knox, I'm gonna direct your attention back to State's Exhibit 52.
Okay.
A letter sent from Ronnie Dorsey while in Dallas County Jail on December 19th, 2019 to your office at 3131 McKinney in Dallas County Jail. Now, you just read a full page of, how would you describe some of the description, some of the language that's in this letter?
I mean, this is by far, and especially because of the accumulation of the communications until this letter, when you add all that on top of this horrific language, it shows me that he is out to get me more now than ever. The shocking detail of exactly how he's going to rape me, time after time after time again, including in this letter of the multiple references. Is there something more specific, because there's a lot in this letter?
And have you ever in your life read phrases, sexual descriptions that are as graphic and offensive as this?
I've never seen evidence this offensive in any case I've ever had.
Pretty shocking, considering the fact that he was arrested for stalking in 2017, and this letter was from 2019.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it makes me feel that he's still trying to get in my head. He wants me to know that he's thinking about me and that this is still what he plans to do no matter what.
Do you have permission to publish that Exhibit 44?
Yes, you may publish.
From State Exhibit 44, can you read the underlined portion?
I'm sorry for the stupid actions. I'm sorry for the stupid actions of me and my stupidity. Nicole, you would have my most humble apology.
Does it seem like the defendant knows the effect of his messages, his letters to you?
Yes,
Because you apologizes for it, right?
yes.
But you still received, would you say, the most vulgar, offensive letter in December of 2019?
Right, so the apology was before the most offensive language to me.
And I'm going to point out a couple lines here, okay? What you should be doing is getting me the fuck out of here so you can breastfeed me. Does it seem that when the defendant chooses certain words, here, fuck, right? The types of sentences or messages he's sending to you, are those orders?
Demands, orders.
when he's talking about let me push it in and bring it out, pull it back in your hand, smile 69. Again, we see smile 69, that's a consistent phrase. And you describe rape. That word is never used in any 17 letters, is that right?
That's correct.
However, in any one of these letters, or is anything phrased as if it's a request, or is it rather an action that the defendant states he's going to do?
It's always an action that he says he's going to do, and although he does not say rape, he does say that he's going to get me pregnant, whether I want it or not. He does say, I'm going to push it in and bring it out and pull it back. I could go on and on. There are many, the clearest one, I mean, everything in this last letter is clear to me, what he's going to do to me.
Does the fact that he has continued to the point where he has the courage and the audacity to send you this type of letter so far after he's been made aware and has acknowledged himself the effect of his communications?
Of course, it shows me that he thinks about this all the time, and that he just wants to get back in my head. I believe this is after we cut off the Secures account, but I'm not sure. But he wants to leave me with this impression so that I'm not able to forget how scary he is, so that he can be in control. And there's one demand that's consistent or that stands out the most to me. There's a lot of demands, but there's one, the one of don't you fucking get pregnant. So I did get pregnant, and I got pregnant in April 2019. And I had to seriously consider, my husband and I are both to the age where if we were gonna have a baby, we had to do it soon. And I was fortunate enough to get pregnant, but I actually had to consider whether or not to take that chance to have my precious baby boy that I've always wanted. And so that makes, not that it's not all threatening, because it is, but it's something that I think about every single day when I hold my precious baby.
Is my first witness?
You may.
I know these are tough questions.
It's okay.
But can you tell the jury what happened on January 13th, 2020?
January 13, so I got pregnant in April of 2019, and on January 13 of 2020, I had my baby. And there just truly hasn't been a day that's gone by since January 13th, really since I got pregnant, but especially since January of 2020 when I had him, that I don't think about Rodney Dorsey and his threats to don't fucking get pregnant.
Here, we'll pass the witness.
All right, thank you.
Members,
Hold on, go ahead, Mr. Simon.
may I proceed, Judge?
Yes.
Ms. Brown, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, yes, sir. I mean, Mr.
Ms. Knox, in state court, you're aware that after a case has been indicted, a defendant in jail will be served a copy of that indictment. Is that right?
Yes,
Often, you'll go see a client after they've received a copy of that indictment to go over what they're charged with.
yes,
A lot of times, you have to spend time talking about terms of art or definitions in that indictment. Is that true?
yes,
So things like bodily injury means something, right?
right,
Deadly weapon, things like that.
correct.
You're aware that Rodney Dorsey was originally indicted in this case sometime in mid-January of 2018, is that right?
Yes, I believe that's right.
And so this first letter you received from Dallas County Jail in State's Exhibit 43 has a postmark of February 1st, 2018,
I'm sorry, which exhibit?
43.
Okay,
Is that accurate?
the February 1st, 2018?
Yes.
Yes,
So it was written sometime after he presumptively received a copy of the indictment.
I don't know when he received the indictment.
Okay. And in that letter on the State's Exhibit 44, about 2/3 of the way down, he states, "The two of us are knowingly engaged."
Yes,
Okay, and at the end it says knowingly engaged.
yes,
P.S. You're knowingly. Is that
yes,
right?
yes,
The next letter, which was February 5th, so shortly after, that's according to State's 45. 46, P.S. knowingly engaged. Is that right?
yes, but you
I'm sorry,
also,
that, you'll have time to answer your question, ma'am. And that led you to a belief that you thought Mr. Dorsey somehow believed that you were engaged to him?
yes, because he puts Mr. and Mrs. in State's Exhibit 44.
Can I approach the witness, Judge?
You may.
Showing you what's been marked, the defendant's one. For record only, not to be published. The document, what does that document appear to be?
His indictment.
There's a phrase that's highlighted on that indictment. Can you tell me what that phrase is?
Knowingly engaged.
When you were preparing for your trial with Mr. Dorsey, and without going into the facts of what happened, you did meet with his mother and his sister at his mother's apartment, is that right?
I believe they were living in a house, but yes,
And you talked to them about Mr. Dorsey's social history or his life.
yes, that was the purpose of the visit.
And that's in preparation for, if you were to be found guilty, in preparation for a punishment hearing, is that true?
I don't recall whether or not there were facts pertinent to guilt innocence that they had as well, or if it was, I don't recall.
You talked about his life, right?
I haven't reviewed my notes from that visit, I just remember going there.
Did you talk to his mother about his mental health issues?
I don't
Judge,
recall.
I'm gonna object at this time to the line of questioning as it's not relevant.
Mr. Seymour?
Judge, this whole case is her state of mind. How is it not relevant?
Well, the defense's own objection earlier was to not get into the detail of conversations in regards to the preparation or the representation during Mr. Dorsey's aggravated assault deadly weapon. And so this exact question is asking Ms. Knox what conversations she had in regards to this defendant while she was preparing for trial for him.
For purposes of social history.
For purposes of what?
His social history, his life understanding him.
Your Honor,
Well, hold on, Ms. Knox. So here's the ruling and my understanding. We will not get into any of the attorney-client privilege. I believe that is dancing very close to it, Mr. Seymour. I don't know if you want to rephrase the question because it was so open-ended. It would lead one to believe that whether she was talking to family members or the defendant specifically, it still would be under the guise of the attorney-client privilege. And it's my understanding that your client, Mr. Dorsey, has not waived his attorney-client privilege in regards to Ms. Knox, correct?
That's correct, Judge. You know what? I'll move on.
Okay.
Knox, you prepared this flyer in States 56, and I'm holding up the document. Is that right?
Yes,
You posted that in your office building?
yes.
You gave it to your property manager?
I gave it to everyone that I could think to give it to.
And yet no one ever sent you an alert or notified you that they had seen that person, is that right?
He was arrested the next day.
Ma'am, will you please answer my question? No one ever alerted you that they had seen that person, is that correct?
After that posting,
Yes.
no, because he went to jail.
And your investigator, Daniel James, had Mr. Dorsey under surveillance for a brief period, or at least his residence for a brief period in December, is that right?
Yes,
And he never notified you that, hey, Mr. Dorsey's coming over here to your house, true?
there wasn't time for that, but
And
no.
it's either yes or no. Did he go to your house or didn't he?
Well, you're not really making this very fair for me.
You're not answering my question.
No,
ma'am.
he has not yet visited my house.
And your investigator never notified you that Mr. Dorsey's en route to the office?
No,
You never got any alert from the dozens of neighbors that you told that Mr. Dorsey's lurking around outside our house?
again, it was not time. No,
Same with your school.
no,
In fact, you don't have any knowledge that Mr. Dorsey has ever gone to your home.
he had never threatened to go to my home until.
My objection, non-response objection.
Can you I'm sorry, can you restate the question? Can you repeat your question?
Yes, ma'am. To your knowledge, Mr. Dorsey never visited or went by your home.
Not since he threatened, no,
Okay? To your knowledge, Mr. Dorsey has never gone to your office.
not since he threatened me, no,
To your knowledge, Mr. Dorsey has not gone to your most frequented grocery store.
not since he's been in jail, no.
Well, has he ever?
I don't know, he was out, there was one day before he was arrested, so you're trying to make it look like he had all this time in the world. He threatened me.
Ma'am, is it your testimony that this has been an ongoing effort of Mr. Dorsey's for the past 7 years?
He's been in jail.
Not all 7 of those years, correct?
Okay, but since the threat, he was only out for a day.
This is how this is going to go, Ms. Knowles. I'm going to ask the question. Provide me a yes or no answer if one's answer, okay?
Okay, fine, I'll let it get cleared up on cross. I just don't feel like this is fair. I mean, on redirect.
To your knowledge, Mr. Dorsey has never been physically, before or after, quote unquote, the threat, following you. Is that true?
He's referenced that he has eyes on me and ears on me, and that he's seen me, knows that I'm reading text messages, so
Okay. To
I
your
would say
knowledge,
yes, he has followed me.
okay? And that's based on your belief of your interpretation of one of his text messages.
Several of his statements, yes.
Okay. Now, you've had his mother has called on his behalf to you, correct?
Yes.
No other third parties, to your knowledge, have called you, though?
No.
No one has delivered anything to you other than the letters he's personally sent to you?
No.
And you knew those letters were either from jail or prison based on the bookend number and jail location on the outside of the envelope?
Yes.
And you've monitored Mr. Dorsey's jail status here, is that right?
Of course.
We know there's not been a time since then that he's been released.
Right.
Have you monitored court filings as well?
I've seen some of them.
Mr. Dorsey has never physically harmed you, right?
No.
He's never physically harmed any of your friends. He's never physically harmed any of your family.
No,
He's never destroyed any of your personal property.
no, just my life.
He's never destroyed, or, I'm sorry, he's never stolen any of your personal property.
No.
You've never, after the expiration of the initial emergency protective order, you did not go back to court and get another protective order, is that right?
No.
And in fact, the last time you saw Mr. Dorsey face-to-face in person was at his sentencing hearing in 2015.
Correct.
Thank you for your time, ma'am. I have no further questions.
Mr. Knox, do you have any more questions for Ms. Knox?
No, Judge, may this witness be released?
She may. Ms. Knox, thank you. You may, I believe that, I don't know if you opened that water or not, but if so, you can take that with you. That's your pardon.
And do you want me to leave this?
Yes, you can leave that with the state. And we'll make sure that Mr. Seymour gets that. Thank you. Are you ready to call your next witness, Mr. Anastas?
Yes, Judge. The state would call Officer Brittany Mosby.
All right. Ma'am, if you stand right there for me.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. Would you please raise your right hand?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you so solemnly swear or affirm to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you so much. You can have a seat, please. You may proceed, Mr. Anastas.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Officer Mosby. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Very good, thanks. Can you please state your first and last name for the jury, and as well as telling the jury where you work?
Yes, Brittany Mosby, last name Mosby. I work for the City of University Park Police Department.
And how long have you been an officer with University Park?
I've been an officer with the City of University Park for a little over 4 years now.
Prior to that job, what did you do prior?
I was a probation officer for Tarrant County CSCD and for a short period of time, 2.5 years, and then I worked for UT Systems at UTA in Arlington.
Your exact role with University Park is what?
I'm a patrol officer. I respond to calls for service. I investigate calls, take reports, do investigations, traffic accidents, and traffic stops.
And the types of calls that you respond to, what are we talking about?
It can range from a missing child to just an animal call. It can be anything really.
Were you working on the evening of December 19, 2017?
Yes, sir.
And were you working as a patrol officer?
I was.
So if you're a patrol officer, are you driving around in your squad car? Are you at the station? What exactly is, I guess, going on, we'll just say that evening, before you get dispatched to a call?
On a normal day, I'm usually trying to be proactive and out on patrol in a squad car, going throughout my neighborhood or my assigned beat, and looking for suspicious activity or responding to calls that I'm currently dispatched to.
And did you receive a call around 7 p.m. On the night of December 19, 2017?
Yes, sir.
And what kind of dispatch call was that?
I got dispatched in reference to a call of harassment.
And I guess for the jury to understand, when you receive a dispatch call, I guess how is that information passed along to you?
We have two modes of operation. We have one by radio communications, and then we have one by the what we call the MDT. So one, our dispatcher will come over and let us know what we're going to, the address, and the nature of the call. The computer has the same call, the address, who the complainant is, and, some additional notes that may be added in on there.
So, for information to be dispatched to you, someone first has to call 911, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so a 911 call was made, that information is dispatched to you, you respond to the location, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, in this case, on December 19th of 2017, you responded to an address in University Park, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And is University Park in Dallas County, state of Texas?
Yes, sir, it is.
When you arrived there, you had information that it was harassing. When you arrived, what happened?
I, met with the reporting party and the victim, who identified to be, last name Knox, first name Nicole. She seemed to be distressed and, in fear for her safety and her family's safety. She went into great lengths and detail about what was going on about her situation.
And also, just so we're aware, when you respond to a scene, a report is made, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And so, being that this was back in December of 2017, oftentimes you utilize that report that you made soon or at the time of your observations to later refresh yourself, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So generally you respond to this home and you met Nicole Knox, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you describe to the jury her demeanor?
Yeah, as previously mentioned as well, she was really fearful and in kind of this mode of distress, really anxious to let me know the full details of what all was going on, and she tried to have, different documents to give me representation of what was going on as well.
Does she seem fearful?
Yes.
Upset?
Yes,
Alarmed?
yes, she did.
And did she provide documents in some form to you?
Yes, sir, she provided, documents in form of like copies of text messages, phone call records, like when you're on the screen for your phone and you have missed calls or call logs. And then copies of letters that were sent to her office.
It's based on her providing those documents to you, did it seem like she had been monitoring this situation for quite a while?
Yes, it did.
Did she tell you something that just tipped the scale? That I'm calling 911 right now. Did she show you something?
She showed me many alarming text messages and letters, and I know there was a couple of specific ones, and there was one with a firearm listed out and what they call an emoji, kind of like a clip art, if you will, in a text message.
And Officer Mosby, I'm going to show you what's already been admitted into evidence at State Exhibit 42. So December 19, 2017 at 6:38 p.m., we see Shantae, that bastard, and how many guns do you see here?
Approximately 7.
Okay. And is this the alarming text message that she discussed with you and also showed you?
Yes, sir.
And the time of this message was at 6:38, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You need to refresh yourself, but can you review your report and then tell the jury what time you responded out to that residence?
Per my record, it reports 19:21 hours, which would be 7:21 p.m.
Okay. So, if the jury's heard that Rodney Dorsey sent a text message that says, Shantae, that bastard, 7 firearms, in about 50 minutes, Nicole Knox calls the police for help. You want to go past the witness?
Any questions, Mr. Seymour?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Ingram, go ahead, proceed.
Officer, when you got to Ms. Knox's house, you said you reviewed some documents that she showed you.
Yes, sir.
Did you, you said that they constituted harassment, your opinion?
Yes, sir. It was repeated documentation of these
Mr. Dorsey there? At the
No.
house?
No, sir, he was not.
Was he in the neighborhood?
I don't have that knowledge, I just know he wasn't at the house.
You didn't receive any reports that he had been seen near the house, is that correct?
I did not, no, sir.
So after you reviewed what Ms. Knox showed you, did you request a warrant for Mr. Dorsey's arrest?
That's not something that I would do on my part. I just create the report of the knowledge that she shared with me along with the records that was completed.
Do you know when the warrant was requested?
I do not know that, sir.
Did you receive any reports that Mr. Dorsey had contacted any members of her family?
I did not know, sir.
Did you receive any reports that Mr. Dorsey had contacted any of her friends?
No, sir.
Did you receive any reports that Mr. Dorsey had been near the house at all?
Not to my knowledge, not that I can recall.
Did you ever interview Mr. Dorsey?
I did not know, sir.
So you've never met Mr. Dorsey?
I did not.
Do you know where Mr. Dorsey was arrested?
I do not know, sir.
No more questions.
Mr. Agnostic, you have any more questions for Ms. Mosley?
No judgment, may this witness be released?
She may. Officer Mosley, thank you for coming down.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Is there any other witnesses?
Yes, Judge.
Yes.
State would call Eric Moody.
All right. All right, if you would please raise your right hand for me. Do you so solemnly swear or affirm to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you so much. You can have a seat.
Good afternoon, Mr. Moody. How are you doing?
Good, thank you, sir.
How long have you been waiting?
Too long.
I apologize. Mr. Moody, will you please introduce yourself to the jury? Tell them your first and last name and tell them who you work for.
Yes. My name is Eric Moody. I work for Securus Technologies. We're part of Inventive Technologies.
What is Securus?
Securus, we handle the phone and communications for people who are incarcerated.
And does Securus handle those, their operating system of the jail calls for Dallas County Jail?
Yes, they do.
Okay. When someone is booked into jail, are they given a booking number or a unique number that applies only to them?
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury just the process of if someone had asked you to obtain calls from Dallas County Jail from one defendant?
So we have a Securus call platform. Every person that comes through the jail is not only given an ID number, but they're also given a PIN number for their unique use. Along with that PIN number, also they do a voice biometrics screening that identifies their voice to be able to match that PIN number with the calls that they're making. From that point on, to make a phone call, they will have to use the PIN number. If they were to use somebody else's PIN number, the voice biometrics would determine that, give us a call rating that they're using somebody else's PIN number.
And is PIN number the same thing for Securus purposes as their booking number?
It can be, yes, depending on which facility. At that point in time, so far as obtaining phone calls, all the calls are kept, all calls are recorded and kept on our database, and they can be pulled up through the call platform where an authorized user can go and pull and screen those particular calls and create a call list as well.
And are these call records maintained and kept in the regular course of business?
Yes, they are.
And do you have the capability to run a report for a PIN number and then specify that PIN number to a certain phone number?
Yes, we can.
And do you know whether a report was produced for an inmate PIN number / booking 1706551 sent to a phone number 214-773-0558?
Yes, it was.
characterize City Exhibit 80 as more of a summary of that search criteria?
Correct, that would be more of a summary with the total amount of calls according to that particular search.
And State Exhibit number 81, records as a result from that particular search we just explained to the jury.
Yeah, this would be directly off the platform.
And so, if the number 214-773-0558 was identified to belong to Nicole Knox, would you be able to review these records and say a certain booking number has called that phone number a certain amount of times?
Yes, sir.
And that will be contained within State Exhibit 81?
Yes, it would.
I'm going to skip to 83 for right now. What does this represent? Are you able to identify this?
Yes, this would be a call report put into like an Excel type spreadsheet that would be produced from our system as well. It can be done in PDF, Excel, so on and so forth. It contains the site the call was placed from, the dial number, the start time, the end time, first and last name of the inmate, the call type, the call status, and the termination category.
And is State Exhibit 81 and 83 the same content of a report, but in a different format?
Yes.
And reviewing these records, I'm showing you State Exhibit number 82. Are there times where someone has to manually go into the system and prevent a phone number from being called?
Yes, that can happen, yes.
Was this done to the number 214-773-0558?
Yes, it was.
And looking at State Exhibit number 82, is this a report of that action in the Securus program?
Yes.
And does it indicate, without saying the date, a date that was done?
Yes, it does.
And State Exhibit 83, 84, 85. Are these the same records, just on a bigger board, as the letter size 83, 84, 85?
Yes, they are.
Which at this time, state would like to offer State Exhibit 80, 81, 82, and the large boards of 83, 84, 85. And for the record, if I may, identify the letter size as 83, 84, 85A, and later substitute out these large boards for the paper, their exact copies.
Okay, I'm gonna back you up a little bit. So we have 80 as the summary of the Securus report. We had 81 as records or results of the search. We have number 82, which was blocking a specific number from being called, or actually, I guess, yeah. And number 83 was the call report put in an Excel format. So that's what 80 through 83 is.
Yes,
Correct?
and I failed to clarify that 83 actually is 3 pages, and I went ahead and labeled those 83, 84, 85.
So 83 has 3 pages to it, correct?
Correct, and I've labeled those individually though. So, State Exhibit 83 is 1 page of the report, 84 is the 2nd page, 85 is the 3rd page.
So for record purposes, because I want to keep Crystal on my good side, can we not, and I know that they may already be digital, I don't know if you have them digitally, but could we not have 83 and then we have 83A and 83B?
I can make that correction, yes, Judge.
All right, thank you. Then that way, I can keep all of those together. And is there any objection to State's Exhibits 80, 81, 82, 83, 83A, and 83B?
No, Judge, I have no objection, and I have no objection to the substitution for appellate record.
All right, thank you. All right, they will all be admitted. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. motion to publish.
You may.
Okay, here we go. State exhibit number 80. Looks like the account number is 17065551. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And just to go back to what's already admitted as state exhibit 58, that's the same bookend number for Rodney Dorsey.
Yes.
I'll actually show you. There you go.
Yes.
And this is telling us that there's a search report being made from that account number to a specific number, 214-773-0558, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And at the bottom, we see a summary. And the number of attempted calls from the booking number of Rodney Dorsey to Nicole Knox, that cell phone number, is how many?
106.
And where it says the time range, can you tell the jury what range of time that these reports were collected for?
Looks like they range from 1/1 of 2017 to 5/19 of 2021.
I'm showing you what's been marked as state exhibit number 82. The report gives us a dial number, that same number, 214-773-0558. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And underneath it, it says blocked. And it gives us a date. Create date of May 13, 2019. Can you explain to the jury what that is, what that means, and the effect it has when someone calls a number that now has this block restriction?
Yes, so the number was entered on that date by an administrator to actually physically block the number where that number cannot be called from the facility.
And if someone were to call that number that now says blocked, meaning if someone called that number after May 13, 2019, would they know that there's a restriction in place?
I believe it does say on the phone that the call has been restricted.
So they would be made aware of that restriction.
Yes.
And I'm showing you State Exhibit 83A. What exactly are you looking at?
Okay, so you're looking at the site location, the Dallas County Gooseberry. It gives you the telephone number that was dialed, the start time of that call, the end time of that call, the first and last name of the inmate, the call type, which would be the method of calling, whether it be a calling card, select call, so on and so forth. The call status, whether it was completed or incomplete, and the termination category, which would tell you if the caller hung up or there was no acceptance of the phone call. There may be some other, right now all I see is no positive acceptance or caller hang up.
And you told us already that in State Exhibit number 80, that from January 1st, 2017 to May 19, 2021, that Rodney Dorsey attempted 106 phone calls to Nicole Knox, or the number that the jury's heard belongs to Nicole Knox. Is that right?
Correct.
And we've also learned that on May 13, 2019, a restriction was put in place.
Correct.
calls continue.
He keeps attempting to call even after it has been blocked, has known to be blocked.
And so there's another phone call on May 13th, is that right?
Yes,
Another one on May 13th,
yes,
May 14th,
yes,
May 15th,
yes,
May 15th,
yes,
May 15th,
yes,
May 15th,
yes,
May 16th,
yes,
May 18th,
yes,
May 20th,
yes,
May 21st,
Yes.
May 23rd,
yes,
May 23rd,
yes,
May 26th,
yes,
June 3rd.
yes.
And again, here we see this last column, harassment, that you said is the category of that. Rodney Dorsey calling 214-773-0558 after the restriction, 6/6/2019,
Yes,
6/6/2019,
yes,
6/8,
yes,
6/8,
yes,
6/9,
yes,
6/9,
yes,
6/10,
yes,
6/17,
yes,
6/23,
yes,
6/27,
yes,
and then a little bit of a time frame has passed, and on August 10th, another attempt was made, and was that phone call still restricted?
yes.
And the total of these on State's Exhibit 83 is going to be 106 attempted calls.
Yes.
Does mine hold this up for the jury?
You may.
Is it possible if the witness wears a mask to,
Stand down.
yes, please?
Yes.
We can use Mr. Withers to help us out here, but I was hoping we could explain to the jury. So you've told us that this is the record of report that is generated from that search criteria of Rodney Dorsey to the phone number belonging to Nicole Knox. And does it give the exact dates of the phone calls?
Yes, it does.
And so that category is under what?
Start time.
Okay, so start time, and there's the dial number as well, right?
Yes.
Okay, if there's any question, it tells you whose PIN number, whose bookend that belongs to. On every one of these, who's that name?
This is Rodney Dorsey.
Okay, on every one of these, is it the same phone number?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Looks like a lot of them are incomplete,
Correct.
a few where, looks like, yeah. And then some completed where there's voicemails left, is that right?
Correct. Right. A voicemail left or attempted to leave a voicemail for that particular person.
Okay. I'm gonna flip to the second page of that report, State Exhibit 83B. Kind of the same question. We have the same number
Yes.
the entire time, and we have a date range from April 24th of 2019 through June 3rd. And every one of these phone calls are linked to who?
Rodney Dorsey.
Okay. And here's where, when I was asking you about the restrictions being put in place, we see where the harassment block starts.
Yes.
And to be clear, so the jury can see, we're talking May 13th, 2019,
Correct.
right? And if you're just looking at the categories, any further calls after that restriction is in place would show up in the category in the harassment block, right?
So I'll get a manually entered block, and then the categories can be set as harassed.
Okay, and so, when we were talking just earlier, the fact that these attempted calls continued, they can see right here where that harassment is continued down. The person making the phone calls is Rodney Dorsey, and the dates that those are made, right?
Correct.
And last, here's where we can see that the harassment's in place. So, the caller would be aware of the restriction. And we see, June 6, 2019 through August 10, 2019, Rodney Dorsey called that same number over and over and over again. Is that right?
Yes.
We passed the witness.
All right, Mr. Seymour, do you have any questions?
Judge, I have no questions of this witness.
All right, so thank you so much, Mr. Moody. Thank you for your patience. I know you said it was a long wait, but thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you.
All right.
Can we approach sidebar?
Yes. I will. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this may be a good place for a break. So what I am going to ask each of you to do is I will ask for you to retire to the jury room. I don't want you to leave right now because we have to take care of lunch for tomorrow. Yay! So if you would please, when you follow the bailiff back, we will make sure that we have our menus available for tomorrow, and we will get all of that completed today. So if you would go to the back, remember we're just taking a break, and no discussing and deliberating because the case has not been closed. Everybody understand? Say yes if you understand.
Yes.
All right, thank you. All right. We are,
Judge, before we go off the record.
Yes.
I think Dimitri and the court may not have been on the same page with 83.
I would agree. I would agree. If you saw the way my witness list looked up here.
So I believe he has marked 83A, 83B, and 83C. Instead
There's
of
a
80.
C.
Yes, it's 3 pages.
It's 3
Judge.
pages, yes, okay.
Yes, so I think he did 83A, 83B, and 83C.
Yes,
And I think you were telling him to do 83, then A.
that is true. So are we just doing 83A, 83B, and 83C?
Yes,
All
Your
right.
Honor, please.
So we are going to clean the record up. Crystal?
So,
And let's go off the record really quickly. Our session has ended for today, and we will resume tomorrow morning, probably between 9:15 and 9:30.
Judge,
Yes, ma'am.
you forgot to turn the camera off before you let the juries out.
I realize that now.
Okay.
Because, yes, we are ending for today. Thank you.
Okay.